No, sir. We're just starting. We'll be starting in a minute. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. And tell me, what is the whole program, whole day's program? And
Yes, sir. So right now we'll be starting with the introductions of the program and juries, and then we'll be continuing with the presentation of all the participants till 1 p.m., all the 10 team members, and then after that we'll be having a short break, and after short break we'll be doing the rest of the 8 teams.
oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Right. And what would be the duration of the presentation for each?
Every student will get 5 minutes, sir. Every team, I mean, yes, sir.
So there are 10, you say, and it's saying 1 o'clock. So
Yeah, yes, sir.
there's a discussion then, because 10 team and 5 minutes each, that means only 50.
Yeah, yes, sir. Every jury member will be asking them questions regarding the project.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And that time is how much?
After every jury member is fully satisfied and done with their questions, and then we can move on.
So the 18 entries to be reviewed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Pandey sir, pranam sir.
Namaskar. Are you there? How are you?
How are you, sir? Pranam sir. All well, sir?
All good, all good. Yes.
Great,
Thank
sir. सर मैं कार में हूँ, मैं दिल्ली जा रहा हूँ, इसलिए मैं अपनी शक्ल नहीं दिखा रहा, तो थोड़ा सा डिस्टर्बेंस होगा. Otherwise, I'm online, sir, and very kind of you, sir, to come for this, sir. Very always obliged to you, sir. Always obliged to you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. आप कहाँ हैं सर आजकल? अहमदाबाद में, sir?
Right now I'm in Ahmedabad, actually. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
This I missed in my radar, actually.
अच्छा. ठीक है जी. This is the award, sir, which we have collaborated together along with my three foundation and Rinku's association, sir. So yes, I think it will be a very great contribution. So thank you, sir, for coming on board, sir. Pranam, sir.
No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. So I would like to start. Good morning, everyone. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the final jury of DiscoverArch Student Project Awards 2025, a truly global celebration of creativity, innovation, and architectural excellence. Today, we are not just gathered for a jury, we are bringing together diverse ideas, cultures, and perspectives from across the countries and time zones, all united by a shared passion of architectural excellence. A warm welcome to everyone present here for the final jury of International Design Competition, the DiscoverArch Student Project Award 2025, organized by DiscoverArch. We would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our knowledge partners, the A3 Foundation, and IIA Kapurthala Sub-Center, whose continuous support and collaboration have helped us evaluate the impact of this initiative. DiscoverArch is a creative education platform dedicated to empowering architecture students across India and beyond. Through curated competitions, creative workshops, academic learning, and professional exposure, DiscoverArch aims to bring the gap between academic learning and professional exposure, with a strong focus on student growth, innovation, and design thinking. The platform provides opportunities for young designers to showcase their talent, learn from industry leaders, and build a strong foundation for their architectural journey. The A3 Foundation promotes sustainable art, architecture, and aesthetics in India, with the collective support of professionals, students, educational institutes, and allied bodies. It works to advance sustainable architecture, particularly highlighting the legacy of Chandigarh architecture through seminars, conferences, workshops, exhibitions, group discussions, and talks by eminent architects. The foundation fosters multidimensional growth of the profession and supports architectural education and awareness. We would also like to express our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Professor Nagendra Narayan, President of IIA Kapurthala Sub-Center, for his valuable guidance, encouragement, and continued support in making this event possible. The motive of DiscoverArch Student Project Award 2025 was to celebrate academic excellence and provide a global platform for the students to showcase their most innovative, resilient, and forward-thinking architecture projects. From conceptual designs to context-driven innovations, students from across the globe were encouraged to push the boundaries of conventional architecture and present the idea that truly reflects our future of our built environment. Before I introduce our distinguished jury panel for today, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed academicians who dedicated their time for marking all these entries and selected our top 18 finalists. We are very thankful to architect Adalya, the associate professor, Kansan Federal University, Russia, Dr. Silvia Covarino, associate professor, German University, Cairo, Architect SM Arafat Hussain, Assistant Professor, AUST, Dr. Vinu Shri, Assistant Professor, NIT, Hamirapur. Your through evaluation and expertise have been instrumental in bringing these incredible projects to this final stage. Thank you so much for your hard work and support. Now, it's my utmost pleasure to introduce our distinguished jury panel for today. Experts who bring exceptional experience and insight to this event. I would like to welcome architect Yatin Pandya, an acclaimed author, activist, academician, and practicing architect. He is the founder of Footprints, EARTH. His extensive work is globally recognized for his environmental sustainability, socio-cultural appropriateness, and timeless aesthetics. Having won numerous national and international awards, his profound research and dedication to this sustainable built environment make him truly visionary in this field. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us your precious time. I would also like to welcome architect Amrutha Kishore, the founder of Elemental, a passionate architect, and an inspiring voice in the architectural community for her purpose-driven practice and deep commitment to sustainable, climate-responsive design. Her work seamlessly integrates contemporary spatial needs with ecological consciousness and traditional techniques, shaping spaces that leave positive and lasting impact. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's an honor to have you here with us. I would like to extend my heartiest welcome to architect Sangeet Sharma, a highly celebrated architect, author, and poet based in Chandigarh. As a partner at SD Sharma and Associates and the founder of A3 Foundation, he has been a staunch promoter of sustainable architecture in India, with multiple award-winning projects and insightful books on the passion on his name. His innovative approach continues to influence the next generation of architects. Thank you so much, sir, for blessing us with your presence today. Now, let's move on to the highlight of the day that we have all been waiting for, the final jury presentation of DiscoverArch Student Project Awards 2025. Before we begin, we would all like to congratulate from our team and everyone. Congratulations to all the participants who have been selected and have come so far. You have done amazing, and your dedication, innovation, and design thinking are what drive our built environment. We wish you all the very best for your presentations. And before we begin, I would like to state some rules. Each and every team will be given 5 minutes, and when after 4 minutes they'll be reminded that they have only 1 minute to conclude their presentation. No extra time will be given whatsoever to any team, and all the participants should keep their cameras on. And after explaining your design, all the jury members present here will be asking you questions regarding your presentation. Now, I will repeat the rules. No one would be given extra time. You will be given only 5 minutes to explain your project, and after 4 minutes, we'll be reminding you to conclude in the next 1 minute. And you all are requested to please keep your cameras on. Now, please also make sure that you respond to all the jury members for your question, with your answers. All the very best to everyone. Now, we would like to begin with Team 1, and I would like to invite them and request them to present their work.
Hello, my name is Shihan Huang, and I will start by sharing my. Can everyone see my presentation? Okay,
Yes.
I will start now. Hello, my name is Shihan Huang, and today I will present Plug, Pause, Relieve. This project is about a toilet and why that matters. Taipei, the capital of Taiwan and one of Asia's densest transit cities. Right now, 700,000 people pass through this city every single day, but the city isn't built for them. Taipei's daytime population reaches 3.3 million. At night, 2.6 million. They flow in, move through, and leave. These are commuters. And as housing costs push more people further from the city, that number keeps growing. For them, a reliable restroom stop at a transit hub isn't a luxury, it's infrastructure. This project transforms a roundabout island at Linko Bus Transit Station into a civic pavilion embedded within that daily movement. Toilets, long concealed and seen as unpleasant, their default placement at the edges of sites or in poorly lit corners has elevated risks, especially for women and marginalized users, turning a basic necessity into a place of hesitation rather than care. This project asks a simple question: what if the toilet were the landmark instead? To address inclusion, I began by rethinking the organization of the restroom. The layout begins with a circular arrangement of stalls. Each stall has its own entrance and exit, one way in, one way out. The stalls evolve into hexagons, the most efficient geometry for modulation and door placement, adaptable across different sites. The exit door, stay closed. The entrance read slightly ajar, an invitation, not a sign. From this system, the layout adapts. Stalls expand into accessible units. Others become seating and charging spaces. The restroom becomes a civic pavilion. Moving from social logic to construction reality, the pavilion is designed as a modular system. We start with the primary columns, which also function as mullions for the stall units. As the beams and second floor structure are added, you can see how the skeleton establishes a rigid, repeatable grid for urban deployment. And once the frame is set, we plug in the functional layers, sanitary fixtures, and partition panels. This separation of structure and skin allows for high flexibility and easy maintenance in the long run. But the column is doing more than holding the building up. We integrated the infrastructure into the structure itself. The columns are more than just support. They are technical trunks. Soil pipes run vertically through the hollow core of each column, carrying waste downward to the underground biogas digester. Meanwhile, the water pipes are placed on the exterior for easier access and maintenance. Finally, the pipes are enclosed with a protective casting, completing a compact service module that integrates structure and plumbing. Every system, structure, sanitation, energy, within a single prefabricated framework. And the waste doesn't leave the building, it feeds it. An underground biogas digester converts waste into energy, powering the lighting in each stall and the charging kiosks above. The pavilion sustains itself. The same modular system, someone passing through, someone charging, someone waiting, all within the same framework. This overall section reveals the true nature of the pavilion. It's a multi-layer social condenser. At the core,
Yes, I would request you to please conclude in 1 minute.
All right. At the core, we have the functional intimacy of washing and relief. As we move outward, the space transitions. A child on the ramp, someone charging, someone just looking out. Finally, the outer ring integrates with the urban fabric, providing a shelter space for those waiting for the bus. The project blurs the line between a utility and a landmark. It's no longer just a place to go, it's a place to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would request our judges to please ask questions. Architect Yatin Pandya, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Very interesting thought and much needed, I think, here in India as well. I have a few quick questions to save time. One, what was the logic for entry and exit being different from each of the cubicles? Why not enter and exit at the same place?
I would like it to be inclusive because we have a lot of gender neutral facilities in this world. And I believe inclusion means that the space works for everyone, not just those who are comfortable with gender neutral facilities, but also those who aren't yet. So this space doesn't ask you to declare anything or negotiate with anyone, and they go without, they go in and leave without passing each other, and others won't see who was a previous user from the stall.
So you think that sort of privacy is needed here? You think in an inclusive world, would it not be a better this thing that you meet each other when you're trying to make it into a civic space and a chance to encounter each other?
I think because we have a lot of problems with because gender neutral facilities are around the world. We have more than 2 genders, and some people are comfortable with it and some people are not. So we wish to separate. We wish to not have a prejudice against who is using the bathroom before us. So if we come out of the same door, we see who uses it, and we might feel uncomfortable or not.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Just a small technical confusion with me. You said that the column itself are the downtake pipes for the night fishy and all. Would you have combined the gray water, black water, and fishy all together into biodigester?
Yes, they all come through the column Simpson underground to the biogas digester underneath.
Because biodigester actually work better with less of water and more of the organic biodegradable entities, and also some other waste which is not so positively contributing to the whole process. Maybe sanitary pad, maybe toilet paper, maybe other kind of things that go with it. So any thought on that?
For the we use vacuum toilets for no, I haven't really thought about the toilet paper bits,
No
but
problem, but it looks good. And my last this thing is that when you say that it's a civic space and you're kind of just coming out with a ramp, it looks a nice design. But I was just wondering that just by saying that it's a civic space, it becomes so, or what are the kind of animators of activities other than you being there for a utility that would make it into? So I was just wondering, would it have been kind of possible to integrate certain basic functions, like maybe a small little kiosk, maybe a small little place to you plug in your internet or charge your things with, so that there is a reason for you to be there, and that by chance becomes a civic space.
Oh, this whole project is integrated with the bus transit station. So people, it's in the middle of the whole transit roundabout. So people, when they wait for the bus, they and we have charging systems right outside that is powered by the biogas system. So
Okay.
yeah.
No,
So
just
it's a
final. Would you have thought of a roof? Because, a lot of these places like India, Taipei, has shortages of spaces. Your top roof, could it have been a green space to sit and leisure?
the roof of it, yes, it could be. This is a modular system, so it can build higher. I only used a two-story to demonstrate a structure like this. But yes, it could be the ramp could go up, and it could be
No, it's
another
not, it's
space.
not the ramp and being able to, but I thought that as a system, would you have thought the roof to be a public space as well, with some greenery, or as a platform that people can come
Yes,
out in the middle of the city?
I think it could be, but because this is a short pause,
No
it's
problem.
intended to a short transit. So I don't think it's intended for a long stay, but yes, it could be turned into a public space.
All right. Thank you so much for me.
Thank you, Mr. Pandya.
Thank you so much, sir. Any other jury member who would like to ask questions?
Hi, it looks very nice. And
Yeah.
but I feel most of the questions Mr. Pandya has already asked, and they were also my concerns. All very nice. So far, so good. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team 1, and thank you so much to our jury members. Now I would request Team 2 to please start with their presentation.
Good morning to all the jurors. Am I audible, and is my presentation
you're
visible?
audible.
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So, giving a small gist of what it was like, what the project is. It is a multimodal transit hub in Chandigarh. So, it was a studio project where we had divided into two groups, where one supports the architecture of Chandigarh by Le Corbusier and who's against it. So, I was given the part that was against Corbusier. So, next comes the gist of what our site was. The site was located in Sector 17, which is the commercial space, and we had to redesign the ISBT of the Sector 17. So the coming to the form evolution. So the front chunk along the primary road was the ISBT. And then there's a proposal of having a sports arena and a communal space on the rear side. And I thought of why not connect all these together by a bridge. And then comes the transit hub, where the front part is for the ISBT for the buses to move, and the rear part is where the metro and all the paratransit and the recreational space comes together. So this one is the overall view of the transit hub, where on this part is the sports arena with a commercial community hub and a performance theater area and a play area for the kids with a drive-in theater and a transit space for the terminals in the front. So this one is the overall site plan, where the main entry to the transit hub is from the primary road, and it connects to and these connect towards the communal spaces on the rear side through the bridge. So coming to the floor plans of it, the intrastate buses are placed on the bottom, and the interstate buses are placed on the first floor, where the complex itself has all the amenities like market spaces, restaurants, a daycare, a co-working space, and all those stuff on the first floor. So the first floor consists of all these communal spaces and the ticket counter areas with the bus base, which is interstate buses. And this one is the communal area, where the people can gather, and they have this food courts, making the sector more vibrant. And the section of it showing how the bus terminal along with the the communal spaces come together and creates a sense of gathering, because sector 17 right now is quite abundant, and it has not been used as much as it was predicted to be, that was designed for. So this one is the explored view of the amenities along the bus terminal, where the ground floor consists of a central gathering atrium, where it radially diverges people from the terminal to the bus base, to the communal area, and to the sports arena right there. On the other hand, in the first floor, we have all the market spaces, display areas, as I said before. So it sort of makes the people who wait for the interstate buses to just experience the space and then lead to their own bus base. So this one is the
I would like to remind you to conclude.
Yeah. So this one is the rear side of which is the sports arena, where we have this pavilion for the performance and the catenary structure right here, and the entrance for the park right here, and the sports arena on the other side. And the metro comes on the metro entrance comes along which connects both the communal spaces and the sports arena. So this one is the section of what the hub is, and this one is the atrium, and how the atrium interacts with the people, and the view of the co-working space. And this one is the view of the interstate buses along the base. This one is the view of the entrance of the urban plaza and meditation pavilion, which is a catenary structure. And this one is the container stalls, where which is open 24/7, and the play area for the kids. And there are a few street furniture that I have designed, which has the container structures, which is easily movable and sitting space, and the tensile structure for the people to rest, and the co-working for space furniture. And this one is the holistic view of how the bridge interacts with the um, um, from the sports arena along the that connects towards the
Thank you
terminal.
so much. Your time
Thank you.
is up. I would request the jury members to please ask questions.
Namaskar. Thank you again. Just a few quick reminders or whatever, clarifications, not on the program, not on the design, but what are the core values when we address a project of this sort, because you've kind of enormous space and you're trying to put community structure, this, that, but should there be a guiding core aspect to it, for example, could you use space multiply? That's number one. Could I use the below ground space, which is usually not so kind of well affected, because this is a lot of sprawl on the ground for everything. And one wonders that was there any compelling, was there any kind of constricting factor that you put on yourself? If I have a whole Chandigarh to work with this, would I yes, just consume that? So I was looking for that. And second, when we say it becomes a civic space, what are the attributes that calls it a place's first gateway? That if it's an interstate thing, and when I land in Chandigarh, what kind of a impression do I get? Is it the form? Is it material? Or is it the kind of ethos of the space or experience of the space? And then this very huge top floor walkway. First of all, where is it that people like to walk in a very hot climate like this, or very cold times as well, and on a bare concrete to walk one place to the other with no simulators, no kind of stimulation for activity generation to sit and pause, so even your rendering is showing people are just in a rush and they're just occupying space. So it's not a critic on what is there, but it's just to understand the mindset that when we design something, what are the core values that govern it? And in terms of functionalities, I think one of the major thing about such projects is how do you organize the traffic in a sense of segregation of vehicular and pedestrian, idea of public transport vis-a-vis private, idea of drop off and pick up versus the ones that give you the kind of city, whatever infrastructure for transport. And it's a total chaos there. And to add it to that, we have also entertainment and other community facilities coming in there. So I thought a little bit of those clarity in your presentation would have come, then it would have gone beyond form making, but more establishing it in the context, and then picking up that what are those attributes and values that render it so. Okay, thank you.
So, can I address the question that was put forward?
Yes, sure.
So, the core value was how to provide an experience for a person who comes, and for a person who stays in the interstate, I mean, the bus terminal, what sort of an experience that they get is what was the core of it. But said and done, the Sector 17 is now not
That's
that
a
wide.
sorry to interrupt, but it's a very abstract term to say to get an experience. What is the experience is actually the question, that when I am in Chandigarh, what attribute of being in Chandigarh, etc. So I think qualifying that what really is that experience we are talking about. Are we making it into feel like a bazaar? Are we making it feel like a new mall? Are we making it feel like just a kind of a leisurely place with a lot of vegetation, and my experience is different than coming to a kind of a very concrete city? Or so I think it's more qualifying that. But anyways, I'm fine. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other judges who would like to ask a question?
Just a quick one. So it's somewhat in line with what architect Pandya had just mentioned. So in the beginning, Kirti, you mentioned that this is against Corbusier. So could you elaborate on what is it exactly that makes it against Corbusier? I think that would be another way to put it.
Okay, so Corbusier has his own proportion, and what we felt when we went there was it was like a concrete. It was a whole concrete space. So why not treat it more fluidic and not making it monotonous was the baseline of it. So yeah.
Is this not more concrete, number one? Then one of the things about Indian cities are that they work on a parallel city. One of the things about Sector 17 as envisaged was everything planned and formal versus when the informal, the hawker, the kind of people who provide you what you need at that place, at that time, at that price kind comes up. And that's where it becomes plural for everyone to be able to access that. And I think a provision for things of that sort could have even made it into a kind of a bazaar or a marketplace or even a kind of a civic space. So that plurality aspect, that shade aspect, that environmental comfort aspect, that against concrete aspect, that too formal versus spontaneous aspect. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other question? Okay. Thank you so much, Team 2. Now I would request Team number 3 to please start with their presentation.
Hello, I am Afra Anjum from Ahsanullah University, Bangladesh. Today I am presenting my thesis project exploring the deep and oceanarium complex. It is located in Sonadia Island, Cox's Bazar. Despite its rich biodiversity and natural beauty, the island is currently lack proper conservation strategies and sustainable infrastructure. This project responds to these challenges by
You're not properly audible.
You were initially, but now not.
Yes. Your voice is very low.
Can you hear me?
No.
We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you, but it's very, very low.
Earlier, I think you had 2 microphones or something because.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Is okay?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
You can start again. Yes.
Thank you. The project is located in Sonadia Island, Cox's Bazar. Despite its rich biodiversity and natural beauty, the island is currently lack of proper conservation strategies, environmental awareness, and sustainable tourism system. And this project responds to these challenges by proposing an ecotourism master plan and centered around an oceanarium aiming to balance conservation, education, and economic development. Before starting the design process, I conduct extensive studies, including site analysis, climate analysis, ecological analysis, and so on. This analysis help to understand the environmental condition, biodiversity, and technical requirements, ensuring that the project responds sensitively to the site while addressing critical issues like marine pollution and lost habitat. The project have 2 major concepts. One was the connecting to the underwater world, and another was into the deep. At the large scale, the 720-acre island master plan is designed to create a gradual transition between nature and built species. Controlled entry points from both water and water and land. Control into one. The transportation, both land and ecology, while eco-friendly transportation, minimizing environmental impact. The master plan is driven by concept connecting to the underwater world. The site includes public spaces such as camp areas, trails, watchtowers, resorts, allowing visitors engage with the natural landscape before reaching the main destination. At the island scale, I interpreted this creating strong physical and experiential connection between land and sea. The oceanarium is positioned as the central point, guiding movement across the island. This creates a layered experience where visitors move from the natural environment to the interactive spaces and finally into the underwater world. In the master plan, here are some three major entry points, and the road is connected to towards the oceanarium, and the size is the highest peak point for the selected for the oceanarium. In the oceanarium complex is about 50 acres area, and here is the entry massing, and then the dolphinarium, the aquarium and museum, and again the entry massing where from where one can leave the oceanarium complex. Here is the plan of oceanarium complex, and the research center is connected with another road, so the people, the visitors can't go there, but visually see the research works. Here the section elevation of the project, some visual 3D visualization of master plan, and now is the detail of the main oceanarium complex. Here is the entry building where one can.
I would like to remind you to please conclude.
Okay, this is the aquarium project. The concept was into the deep that one can experience from upper level to the lower sea, deep sea. The section elevation connecting to the different layers, the herpetarium and museum drawings, and the research center where the labs are separated from the hostel, some visualization of aquarium, indoor spaces connecting from one floor to another, and museum. It was the main model. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would request the jury members to ask questions.
Thank you for that presentation. It's nice to see, the geographic context. I think your design shows sort of fluid forms and some bit of kind of play with that. My question is more fundamental, that when there is such a fragile ecosystem, how much of a human intervention should be allowed? So as a designer, I thought that your project would be more a landscape kind of oriented project to strengthen the ecology that already exists. And through your development, how would you reinforce and give nature a chance rather than consume on the nature? The way project sprawls too much, as well as the forms which come in, including the steel, glass, concrete kind of material that you're proposing, and even the space standard that each of those places consume, seem to suggest that you are becoming more of a developer who pry on already available natural resource rather than an ecologist who is wanting to very sensitively balance both the human activity as well as the kind of natural ecology. Here it's getting one-sided, that you are more a consumer and a predator on the given nature rather than you are making human activity strengthened by way of little economic support, by way of certain kind of sort of selective surgery sort of an approach to get that water, landform, vegetation, and of course, as a result, natural species come in. I was expecting your presentation to be more from those kind of who are the stakeholders of this, the ocean life, the marine life, the vegetation, therefore the bird or other ecosystem, to understood to having been understood, and then how your project does that. Because I mean, like 6-story tall dome coming in, and that again in glass, how does that help the bird to sit there, or for some kingfisher to come and use the fish, etc. So I mean, it's just an example, but my primary kind of question in my mind were always about that when you have a context such as this, what would be the approach? Would you rather like to make mega structure or many small fragments that you actually experience nature rather than what you create? And secondly, that what were the issues, and therefore what kind of way would you have taken that approach? So more of a site analysis in terms of natural systems, maybe flora, fauna, the landform, the conditions, and therefore even your structure being able to sit on a daldal like this. I mean, we've seen the approaches taken by the Aga Khan winner, that lady Tasnimji or whoever, and possibility of putting on stilts so that you don't disturb the local ecosystem, or likewise. So any approach, but beginning from the site context analysis, and with a kind of a guilt that anything that I do on this, I'm going to imbalance the nature and whatnot. And yet, how can I, repair the fracture in the nature? So, anyways, that's a little different standpoint.
Can I say something?
Please.
So it was a project in this 720-acre area. It was called Sonadia Ecotourism Park, and it took every area, every land. It was a proposed project. So I took that project and I
So program may be there, but you to interpret the program, you see, that school is a school is a school, but if I put it in the desert of Rajasthan, then I know my, response to that, versus if that is next to Dhaka Assembly Building, then I know it's the same program, but how do I relate to what's around? Anyways, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We have any other questions?
I just want to say that I give a road, but which I don't interpret the Jhaubon and the mangrove forest. It in the this land is from 2000 years ago, and till now there is no flood and nothing happened here. And I took even the toppest peak point where it is already settlement. There lives 200 people in this area. So I took only the area for my oceanarium complex, and others I feel like keep as it is. And people who will come here, they will visit all this area and feel the biodiversity from the trail and this road.
Yeah, so small, just again, I mean, I get your point, and it's not an offense. These are all about points of views. For example, how much in the Amazon should man activity be allowed to? It's because of that the whole planet has a little bit of a oxygen tank right now, and that's why rest of the countries are feeding them with money to keep them as it is. So same way, how much of just for the leisure pleasure and to walk through should I be allowed? How much of tourism in terms of, so you say that people would first walk so much to be part of that, and then I am putting in the middle versus could I use just the edges and don't allow, like in at least India, a lot of these Andaman, Nicobar, some of the islands where there are tribals and there's no tourism allowed there. You can't just go there because it's also the culture. You say there are few hundred people here. How do I make them benefit from this activity rather than, huge construction that comes in just as a, because I could recreate that somewhere else also. If I'm only going to use the tank to show that Bay of Bengal tank, I could do it right in the middle of Dhaka somewhere. Anyways, just a different point of view. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I would request Team 4 to please start with their presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Is the screen visible?
Yeah, we just see the map of India. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah. So I'll be starting. Good morning. I'm Aryan Sharma, and I'll be presenting my project, The Fourth Floor. So India envisions itself as a developing, thriving, and a future-aware nation. But is development defined by construction, or is it a nation where people and nature grow together, where we revive what we are losing? And for that, we need to realize our past, present, and future. And to do that, let's understand the powerhouse of our development, our cities. We are facing two major issues here. Number one, ecological breakdown. You must have seen this. These green, leafy, non-problematic looking plants. These are water hyacinths. They are choking our water bodies, killing biodiversity, and contributing in floods around the country. Here are some nationwide examples, like in Delhi, Kochi, Chennai, etc. This is a national ecological emergency. The other issue is the social plus cultural disconnect. We are slowly losing our touch with nature, heritage, and community. Cities are growing, but emotionally, we are shrinking. Mental health is deteriorating, and we lack spaces to breathe, belong, and express. So, my project asks a simple question: how do we heal river and people together? For real ground conditions, connect, I am going to take a test model, and this is Kodiyaghat, Lucknow. And I like to call my prototype the fourth floor, where four C's: community, craft, culture, and climate work together. The site conditions today are stark, overrun with hyacinth, and criminally undervalued, though it being in the heart of Lucknow Heritage Corridor. Also reminding that the city has an incredible network of craftspeople. To respond to all this, I propose a cultural and ecological center designed to support public movement, interaction, and community ownership. Think of it as a gradient: climate on one side, community on the other, and slowly merging together through collaboration. A visitor experiences the riverfront, witnesses the hyacinth collection, and then sees it being upcycled into usable products, which are later sold in the temporary markets within the complex. Awareness is shared through exhibitions, performances, which are happening within the site only, while hands-on workshops allow citizens to learn, participate, and empower the local artisans economically. In terms of design character, critical regionalism has been central. I studied vernacular architecture of Lucknow for over 6 months to ensure the response feels honest to its context. So the site lies 6 meters below the approach road. So the building is choreographed from the roof down to the ground, slowly unfolding the views of the ghat and the river. Every existing tree, so this is like a elevation. Every existing tree and a large nursery on site have been preserved by building not against but around it. A yellow pedestrian bridge weaves through the nursery, bringing people closer to the nature. The workshop cluster is inspired by the traditional chalks of Lucknow. that are open, flexible, and adaptive. Today they house hyacinth-based production, but tomorrow, once the river is cleaned, like in an ideal situation, these can transform into craft studios showcasing the art and heritage of Awadh. This model is scalable. It's a deployable strategy for around India, from Delhi, Kochi, or any Indian city with a struggling water body, for example. This is regeneration, not replacement. We heal the river first, and then the river heals the city. The proposal contributes in many ways, addressing climate resilience, cultural preservation, economical empowerment, mental and social well being, and it being scalable and replicable around the country. It's a prototype for future Indian
A
cities.
reminder to
A
conclude in
model,
1 minute.
yes, okay. It's a prototype for future Indian cities, a model where ecology generates economy, where culture fuels innovation, and where public spaces becomes public empowerment. As an end note, I want to say we need to realign, reuse, and reimagine what we already have. This idea is a seed, one that can bloom across India. Thank you so much. I conclude my presentation here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think it was very kind of clear presentation, and I think your miniature inspired graphics were quite amazing. So fresh and so nice to see that. And that kind of gave an idea of the narrative of the space, the kind of feel of the space much better. Also, I think your concern for nature, the culture, and the kind of human activity and what has come about shows a very mature resolution, at least the factors that have been included in your considerations. I think that lends itself to be a very kind of plausible start and the thought process. So it's clear in its sense. It's only for discussion. I have a couple of points. First of all, for my clarity, are the boats shown there the boats to harvest the hyacinth, or they are for pleasure to go around in Gomti?
No, no, these are actually there to collect the hyacinth. They have to be physically collected. These are plants that grow around and they can't be
I know they dry out and all. So that's where I was wondering that would the first act not be you're basing so much on using the hyacinth for now, but would it not be that any riverfront ecology to be restored, you first ensure that that's not there, and therefore, of course, it's beyond the realm of just an architect doing a project, but some sort of a strategy or an assumption that once that is clear, rather than basing all your program and structure. You did say that once that activity is over, hopefully and ideally, you would turn it into a craft center. But I would have thought that,
Yes.
this should not be a long-lasting thing for which, on the contrary, the major program should be more about what's after it's cleaned, and then you start thinking that meanwhile I might use hyacinth in this manner or that. The other part was
Yeah.
that since you say your narrative begins from roof down, but in your explanation, I didn't see much of the role of the roof as a civic space, and especially in a kind of a place in India where we like to be outdoors and kind of have
Mhm.
people-oriented activities. So if we did do that, and you said 6 meters, so you had couple of floors to look
Yeah.
into, could your
Yes.
sprawl
Mhm.
be less and you could have used those intermediate platforms as civic plazas, etc., so that because with this sprawl, although architecture had a lot of pleasantries, so I compliment you on that, but and courtyards, etc., had shown life, but still, my building, would it block something further? I know you're going down, so from rest of it you are, but that 6 meter drop is more of a river wall or something so that flood doesn't go there, you know. So to make
Yes.
people come to place and still not take up too much through the bill form. So in that sense, more sectional kind of response to the whole thing, so that your orientation to
Yes.
what is strengthened, and at different level, different potential activities can come through. So it's just one more
Yes.
another thought. And third, that how like riverfront, what you had, what was a plain zone around this, even if it's in the flood line, your lower edge
Mhm.
where water, and we have ghats which you're put in, but
Mhm.
was that not a place for, let's say, ecology? Why can't riverfront not be a green morning trails, you know, so that
Mhm.
they are the oxygenator, and this is where you go there for. So there are three things which
Yes, sir.
relate to the water. One is the life form, so the vegetation, the green
Yes.
the density, etc. Second is the cultural affair,
Mhm.
that morning prayers, arghya, to the related
Yes. Yes.
and activity, and therefore the spiritual overtone. That also, when you mentioned that it's a
Yes.
culture of India, that you would try to, in your
Mhm.
presentation, that part of the spiritual affinity with water rather than the
Yes.
resorty kind of reference to the water, you know. And in that, the human activities as well as the economic activity that can supplement, you know, the thing.
Mhm.
And last, at a major scale, would we think water to be also a part of the urban transport node? You know, most of the cities, river
Okay.
bisects
Mhm.
the city from the middle. And can it be seen
Mhm.
as a, you know, way to decongest the rest of the city? And yet, of course, the way by which you don't disturb the very basis of it being a river, etc.
Mhm.
That's
Being a river.
aspect
Yes,
can
sir.
connect to the water, and therefore what way can your development come in, rather than a kind of a museum like space or an institutional thing coming in more. Like you see Banaras, it's not so much about the institutional
Mhm.
presence, but it's more about different
Mhm.
level platforms
Yes.
and few
Yes.
generators, so that related activities happen there. And I think Gomti
Yes.
might hold that kind of a religious sentiment with it.
Mhm. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. But I think
So,
the message.
okay. Yeah. I would like to address as fast as I can all the uh, if I try and operate on this one, I guess. Yes. Okay. So let me try to explain it here in the site plan. So the first thing that you said about the second thing, first thing was like the hyacinth and the craft that the hyacinth production should have been the secondary part, and the ecological sense should be the prior one, and the cultural aspect of it. So okay, and the second question was like experiencing the building not just as a built form but as a ghat. So that was when I started this project. Actually, that was my main attribute of it. So if you see this, the yellow section of it, this is actually a ghat. At the top of it, this is on the we can above the road level 450 mm, and then as we go down through ramps and stairs, we experience the buildings. All the parts of the buildings
Yeah,
are
no,
connected
I
to
mean,
this
sir,
to
you
this.
don't have to explain. I think others might have some question. I get it,
Okay,
and I'm not sorry. I was just say
all
using
right.
the same roof plan. There's a lot of one plane roof. I was just saying, could it be just a series of levels as an idea
Yeah,
rather than
sir.
built
Yeah,
form?
actually,
The
these are.
presence of wall
Yeah.
versus not, large plates versus multiple small plates, and more finger-like vista,
Yes.
so that wherever you are, you still be able to see through. And lastly, that you've retained all the trees, but have we put
Yes.
in 1,000 more trees, you know, to enhance the
Mhm.
ecology? But anyways, more, not so much of a question, it's another viewpoint. You know, okay.
All right. Okay. All right.
So,
Though it was.
do we have any other questions from any other jury member? Thank you so much for your presentation. Now, I would request
Yeah.
Team 5 to please start with their presentation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. Have you actually wondered about the homeless? Some may say them as eyesores, or some are scared to go through certain alleyways because of them, and some could go as far as saying them cancer to the cities. So have we actually questioned ourselves, what about them? How is it like to be them, and how can we actually help them? Hi, my name is Muhammad Amal Uthman. I'm from the Islamic Science University of Malaysia, and I'll be presenting my project, which is Kempopong Kecara, the KL Lighthouse Project. A bit of an insight, Kempopong Kecara was my semester 4 project. It's a homeless development center situated near Petaling Street, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. It focuses on fostering connection and transformation amongst the homeless. So how do we get here? From the main issues, it can come from 3 different categories. First of all is the bad community perception. Then the built facilities are mainly focuses on just giving them shelter. And from the built facilities itself are quite secluded from the urban environment. So this lack of attention can bring the confidence of the homeless to a low level. So if we the idea, which is perspective, is that my intention is to show that there's always 2 sides of the coin. For example, if we see a homeless as lazy, but they are actually working the hardest to get their foot back on the ground. So from the site itself, if you look at the location plan at the top right here, it's situated between Petaling Street at the right and Tun H.S. Lee Street on the left. Both of these are very famous tourist attractions in Kuala Lumpur. And the fun fact about the site is quite secluded from the public eye. So it can have its own like pros and cons. So for example, it's very ideal for serving the homeless because the homeless is quite shy, you know. So they will go through the back doors or the back corridors because they don't want to be seen that much from the public. But it can also cause questions about the safety of the site. So this is like another challenge for the project. So how do we actually bring the homeless back to the public? There are 3 main steps which I propose, which is self-reflection, development, and also outreach to the public. And from the many startup supports, comes from sewing, craft making, baking, and also hydroponic planting and painting. For example, we could see from the programming at the top, for the dormitory, they can actually harvest herbs or plantations from the facade. Here you can see. And they might actually use it for themselves to make tea or coffee or whatever soup they want to make, or they could actually harvest them and sell it at the shops. So from the second to the 3rd floor, they could bring to the ground floor of the hydroponic shop where they can serve to the public. So it's a chance for them to actually connect back to the public. So this is the renderings you can see from the dormitory over here, and then at the top right is the Center Court Plaza. And all of these are purposed to actually bring the community together, bring the community of Petaling Street and Kuala Lumpur together into the building. Next feature is the green wall, which is where the herbs and plantations are at. The green wall is an integrated architectural system that supports herb cultivation, enhances passive cooling,
I would
and
request you to please conclude in a minute.
Okay, functions as a natural biofilter. So typically, it's just a plantation behind an aluminum facade where it clings on the wire mesh of it. So it improves passive cooling and also gives them harvestation of herbs. The challenge is how to actually bring boldness and lightweightness into one project. So you can see from Spomendom and also Auckland Art Gallery, this comes to the form making, where the initial shape of rectangular shape, and then I developed it into several segments to increase the permeability of So the homeless can actually enter from different angles of the building. And because of its seclusion from the site, I apply angular forms to make it stand out from its surrounding context. So you can see from the model, the top part are mostly bold, and then the bottom part is mostly lightweight because the top part wants to focus on the privacy, meanwhile the bottom part wants to focus on the permeability or even the welcomeness to the public. So the form shows how actually the users are dragged into the building. And to conclude the project, Kepompong Kesyara is not to create a house, but actually creates a home for the homeless and brings them back to community. Thank you all for thank you for the judges. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. I would request the judges to please ask questions.
Thank you for that presentation. I think it's quite a kind of, and if you say that it's a second year project, I think it's quite mature architectural kind of exploration. And also, I'm very glad that the kind of sensitive issue that you take, the social issue, and work around that. Couple of curiosity questions. One is that in a project like this, important thing is to derive the right composition of the activity in terms of its proportion. I know we can go on listing many aspects, training aspect, this aspect. So I was just curious, what is the rough percentage that primarily it's a shelter? But so is it more an institute which has few shelters? Is it more a home and housing which has some other small programs? Because to come up with the right balance, which would mean the economic kind of equation, which would mean the activity equation, and which would also become an idealist proposition. So it's just not a night shelter that people can come and go, but I think they've been trained there, and that becomes gradually to upgrade them to see that there is no homelessness, rather than kind of giving sympathetically that provision. So I think more in that light. So when you say that right now what we see is that top portion where you say privacy and all is about 50% roughly, and the other 50%. It would have been interesting to know from within that what way do they come together. For example, are there, because the way you say that from one box you've created intermediate spaces like streets to come in, these projects need to be more connected to the city. So you do say that ground floor is more porous, but more a kind of clarity on what a ground floor holds itself in terms of not only activity, but open areas, so that without any kind of prejudice, even the city people can come in, and therefore that barrier of, or the stigma of this being for some versus the other, and that would also foster the mutual complementariness. So for example, somebody needs a help and they are willing to help, kind of a thing. So I was wondering that, does that become a state run welfare idea, or does it become a kind of NGOs sort of initiative to see that the economic activity, the welfare activity, as well as the developmental aspect all come together? And to do that, the kind of negotiation in terms of ground floor versus upper floor, what volume for what kind of activity, as well as its relation to the street, like ground floor being even more transparent. Even the Kuala Lumpur's climate allows for more kind of transparent without a glass sort of a thing. If ground floor was just a street, just a plaza, just for people to just explore what this center produces or provides. So just one more thought of that sort.
I see.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Do we have any other questions or any questions from jury members? No. Yes. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much, sir. I would request team member 6 to please present.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We are a team of 4 members, and HAS is a housing project called the Living Edge, focusing on disaster resilient, incremental, and affordability.
Okay. India's extensive coastlines and dense river networks makes many communities, especially the LIG and EWS that are settled here, highly vulnerable to flooding. In many cities, including Chennai, repeated floods, sea level rise, and erosion has led to the displacement and the loss of livelihood of these people. This project responds with an independent amphibious housing that adapts to the flooding by rising with the water and then settling back afterwards. The selected site is Srinivasapuram. That is a flood-prone coastal edge in Chennai. Communities continue to still live there even after recurring disasters, as they rely mostly on the land and water there. A 10 by 10 plot within the approved residential limit was chosen. Um, Incorporating a setback of 1 meter on all sides and 2 meter in the front, that ensures a better spatial planning and reduces the further congestion and supports the community based livelihood framework there.
So as our project is focuses upon the amphibious houses, so in order to achieve the amphibious technique, we have been used plastic barrels in order to provide a steam and body while when the house encounters flood. So while the house encounters a flood,
Sorry, your voice is cracking. Can
experience the lateral forces which is caused by the flood
Pradeep ji,
in order to
Pradeep ji,
prevent the lateral forces which
Gurupriya, can you just tell your colleague members?
Yes, ma'am. Pradeep,
and the rollers.
Can you personally
Yeah.
message him or something?
yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
So
Okay.
now can you hear me, please?
little better, but at least I hope you hear us. Thank you.
Okay.
Please
Okay.
go on.
I think
So-
I have a slow network.
Okay, it's okay, no problem. I can say a gist of what he said. So, disaster management, there are two options of going with a stilt or fixed plinth, or else going for an ambiguous. If you're having a stilt or a fixed plinth, if the flood level increases, the water enters the house also. But when we are having an ambiguous house, we have poles on all four sides, which helps the house to lift up with the help of the Bion foundation, using a barrel as a buoyant energy. So it lifts according to the level of the flood. So we have tried to make iterations with that, since we have a grid patterns. So we have a core which is of a 4 x 4 meters, and a room and a kitchen of units, then a puja unit which is smaller than that. So this is our major planning and zoning kind of grid we are following. So here we have columns at all the grid points, and the portions are incremental. First, the core alone can be built, and the families have money to build, they can increment according to their need, and it's so flexible because the columns are placed at the first. They can make it a single bedroom or a double bedrooms or a one kitchen, or if they can even go for a double story houses where one unit can act as a staircase, and which leads to the G+1, and they can build the same, repeat the same layout in the G+1 as well. So when coming to the planning, we have showed 3 iterations. So first one is the affordable unit planning, where only the core exists and a toilet comes in the core unit, and the other places acts as a veranda, which can be of multiple flexible uses. The second one is the standard unit, where the core acts as only the living, and they have extended bedrooms and kitchens with the storage shelf on either sides. Then the another extended unit is where they can grow their incremental to 2 to 3 bedrooms, one kitchen, one store or a puja room, and the living acts as a dining and living. And they even have the front and back rear verandas, which still act as a useful place for them. And when you see the section, you can see the storage, which is kept like at the top level, which we usually use. And the 2 sloping roofs gives us the clear story window to have the lights into the home. So next, the veranda spaces. We have sketched out few pictures of how can the veranda spaces be used. It can be used for drying clothes, and the kids can play around running the homes of the veranda. Then they can even have a tuition, which will give them income from that. They can knit their fishing nets since it's a coastal area, or it can be over any other riverside area. So accordingly, they can work their work and they can chit chat with the other home people. They can take rest. Everything can happen in the veranda spaces.
And also extending the uses of the other modules. You can also have a petty shop in the front, which can also extend their income. And also, as Gurupriya told, the model can be implemented to the other stories, which depends on the user's needs. And the materials of the houses have been chosen in such a way that they are low cost and sustainable, and also they are like quickly assembled, such as cement boards and GFRG panels, which are also energy efficient and also sustainable. And also the detailing of the construction have been made in such a way that they are
I would request the team to please
enabled.
conclude.
Yeah, and also the green technologies have been enabled so that they are like more energy efficient. And these are some of the construction methodologies which the user can follow to build their own house. And the cost estimate in such a way that the affordable unit is around like 3 lakhs, and in the standard unit cost like 4,60,000, and the extended unit is 6 lakhs. And we also would like to show one concept video which starts from the site, and this how the construction begins with the framework, and then the core module, and then the additional modules are done according to the user needs and implementality purposes. And this is a staircase module which leads to the upper story. And this is a house during the dry conditions and the flood, the house raises. And now let's go through a walkthrough the video in which we have the veranda throughout the house, which serves in multiple flexible spaces as we went through the last slide. And then we go through living, the dining, and the bedroom. And these are the additional modules which have been added for the user's purposes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I would request the judges to please ask them questions.
Thank you. I think needed topic. Glad to see that housing being part of interest. But having said that, whether it's so much of a housing or it's so much of a prototyping is where it remains. I would have been curious. You're talking about a lot of terminologies about it being, technologically driven to raise the entire house to accommodate the flood line. And we don't see too much of that engineering, where the gut feeling is that it's going to be too much of undue techno savvy sort of a direction rather than the very modest 13 square meter house with a particular cultural underpinning. And that's where in the presentation it would have been nicer if you had a little study to show that what is the kind of way that if they're fishermen or whatever, what is their way of life and what are the constituents of that? What kind of things do they aspire for? So, for example, the question came from the way toilet is positioned. I'm not too sure if this is the way that toilets get used by this group of people, so much like an attached toilet to your living quarter or whatnot. And sanitation is even a bigger problem, which even in your raised kind of a unit does not get answered. So same way you're using the terminology about eco sustainability and all. And if you look at even your rendering of the bottom structure, to be able to take two-storied not only load but a dynamic load of having to lift it, and still that slab becomes it's not a plinth on the ground, it's a slab on its own which can take further load up. So I think some of those are going contrary to the idea of being able to accommodate. Instead, if like they do it in Manipur, Meghalaya, whatever, where there is excessive rain and you live on the stilts, So what is so different about this to be doing so? And different in the sense that just lifting the house in this versus at the time of tsunami when I had been taken along the coast and I was pointed out that typically the settlements which had a kind of a sand bunding between the sea and the settlement, nothing had happened because a lot of the destruction was because of the boats with the water hitting the houses and houses getting broken. So the traditional wisdom of creating a bunding between the sea and the settlement had already saved it, at just 100 meter further things had been destroyed. So what I was wondering was that do we want to have a whole shamiana on the city, or we want to wear a goggles? So it's that kind of a strategizing into this. And if it would have come through a simpler means of what is on the ground, that okay, it's on the still, but I can use in the other time the ground, like this, I think there was a probably a different generator of the thought. About sustainability, a lot of things that you say, cement board, this, that, I don't think that lends itself the credibility for your use of word, that what makes it sustainable here. And when you say that you're using the law for volumetric optimization, storage, etc., what would have been your true section? For example, does toilet need the same height as the rest of the rooms, at living rooms, etc.? So the optimization of the design through volumetric interceptions, so like could there have been mezzanine to carve out the storage spaces between the kind of peak of the roof versus the lower height of the toilet? That also becomes a living space in a very small house like this. So I thought that if it came out of culture, it came out of the kind of place and people, and also humid climate. So the kind of cross-friendly veranda was a very positive feature. I thought overhangs of the roof and a lot of other things could have come in. The building material palette could have emerged from what you saw things around, or you could have probably introduced in a little more sympathetic way. And finally, that this is more still a house rather than housing, where your rendering shows some informal stall to other things. But I think that needs a lot more understanding of the way neighbors come together to create a community, the children versus adult versus elderly, the kind of systems where people like to come together, system in a sense of spatial context, where they gather, the movement of the vehicle versus pedestrian, and a lot more. So when you say neighborhood design, there's a lot of other expectation. As a unit, you're only kind of excited about an idea of raising the house, but I think the generator of that could have been more spelled out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. Do we have any questions from the other jury members? Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request team number 7 to please come up with their presentation. Your screen is visible. You may
Yes.
start.
Hello, myself Shreyas Manvali. I'm a third year architecture student studying at Anant National University, and we were working on a community housing project in Ahmedabad slum. So it was an Mochi community where people had arrived, people had come from across other states, from Madhya Pradesh, from Rajasthan, and a few parts of Gujarat. So this was a temporary settlement where they had come to just settle down for say 2 to 5 years, and then like earn money out of there and then move out. As this space was very temporary, there were few permanent structures also in the structure when we were like when we had been there for the site visits. So we were trying to understand how long they've been trying to stay here or how long they're gonna work. And even the age group was as such. There were very few very elderly people and very few kids, and there were a lot of people were hardworking at the age, say, from 20s to their 30s and like 40s, who are like here to work, and then they're like working for their family. So when we were trying to ideate this project, when we did the case studies, so we saw a very small houses, say s- uh,
You might run out of time, so if you can come to the core area.
So this was the existing community that we had. So it was very tight packed, and that is how I wanted to take my project forward. Because in Ahmedabad and climate like Ahmedabad, dense is not a bad thing. Keeping dense is a good thing where like two buildings are closer, and then the buildings itself is providing the shades. So even when I went forward with my design, I wanted to keep that density and keep all the essence of the site which I had earlier in my mind, earlier in the existing site. So this is an activity mapping of the proposed project that I have. Usually we do activity mapping as such when we had given an existing project. But I try to do an activity mapping where like we were trying to see all the activities that could possible, which would be possible, say in the existing community that was earlier, even after the proposal, because I didn't want it, the community feel disordered or say very detached from the earlier projects that they had. So this was the proposed thing. So when we look at the cluster design, they have the cluster has three three different prototypes in which they're as such combined that they have a small veranda in the between, and the shops are at two different points, and then the entrance of the residents are at two different points. If I can mark this. So this is an entrance for residents. Sorry, here is the ground floor. This is the entrance for the residents, and this is the entrance for the shops. And when we look at the master plan of the community housing, so eventually this area gets the entrance for the residents, and this area gets the entrance for all the community housing, all the mochi business. Like we had to design an house plus the shops that they were working for. So eventually, when I put all the things together in the site, so it creates the corners which are either for commercial or say residential, and
Yeah,
it is
I would request you to please conclude.
Yes, I'm sure. So the housing is as such key. If we see in between, we can like travel from residence to residence and to shop front to shop front. So that was my overall concept in regarding to the cluster level, say, and the cluster level planning to the master level planning, that how a small decision in a cluster level can reflect in a master level plan. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you. I think your site plan and the cluster kind of concerns, they show a lot of positive outcome as a community space with the way of working as well as living together and all. I wish you spent a little more time at the unit level to show how are you accommodating the shop and the house together. And that's where the challenge comes in of that typology. Challenge in a sense that shop work for certain hours, 11 to 7, 8, whatever. And how is that space becoming the space for something else in the evening, etc. If at all, we use it doubly, or it is just a go down of the shoes, etc. And second thing is that volumetric or sectional kind of exploration. I see your section right now on the screen, and it's just floor and a floor. While a lot of these functions, even there, they take a small ladder and they have a little loft where the, one thing is displayed, but the extra sizes, etc., boxes always come in a mezzanine level over there. Also, somebody is there to quickly repair that. You say, oh, I want it slightly released, or I want three extra nails to put in there because, this is where. So I think a lot of those immediate working kind, like whether it's a mochi or a tailor and all, there is a quick stitching that's going on. There are certain extra stock that is piled up somewhere. So all those sort of dimensions need to kind of come through the unit that we develop. And then, are there any collective spaces for work related thing, or if it has to have a higher exposure? Right now, where it's happening in Ahmedabad, Madhupura, that is where it is actually a city street and there is a shop front house. So because of that, they get exposure. So why would people come in? Otherwise, the alternative is that Karnavati Bazaar, so that you have all the shops of the mochis or the shoe related thing. So I think, therefore, how do you bring people to each house? Because it's a house-based shop, house-based workshop, and likewise. So while as a living quarter, it comes across nice, but the danger of, you have that thorough horizontal spine in the master plan. Would it not become a shortcut for the city, some funky
Right.
drivers to cut through? And,
Right.
so I think these are some of the paradoxical dimensions that on one hand you want like this, but on the other hand, how do you discourage that thoroughness of, I mean, thorough traffic movement and stuff like that? So I thought the little struggle to do, because even density right now is not too high here to challenge that urban density and the struggle to say that how many people are to be accommodated. And last point, you said that no children and no elderly, that maybe they are somewhere because it can't be not there. But I can understand the young people because they are selling and the child does not have anything to do with that. So either it's a back of the home, or there's another small place where this is largely a shop, what you saw, and mainly the house is at the another place they're renting, etc. So I think ignoring them, but I think again the graphic shows well that except children. But I think it would have to be, and that would have been one more challenge or a struggle to really have a working home, work and home, but home as a complete home for all the three generations to be there and still be able to maintain the work environment without affecting the domestic environment. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes. Do we have any other questions from other judges?
Hi, Shreyas. Could you tell me how you've considered the aspects of universal design? Has that been put into account while designing the space?
Universal design, as in
As in, people with special needs, like, the differently abled, how would, I mean, since it's a community, right? Like, how would this entire, setting take this sort
as
of thing into account?
yes, ma'am. As it was and very specific design for a specific age group and people who were like here for working. So that was out of our consideration when we were designing for the studio, as the people working there were very abled and say here for work and then a temporary work and then go. So we didn't really much consider this aspect in our design, like in our studio design, say.
Okay, okay. Maybe next time. Because, when you say it's a community, there are a lot of, you can never really say how each family is, wired. Yeah. So maybe next time.
Thank you so much. I would thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you so much, ma'am and sir. Now I would request Team 8 to start with their presentation.
Hello, have you seen my screen?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Hello everyone. Today will show you the proposal for Mỹ Nghiệp Rocket Waving Rocket Village Cultural Center. Mỹ Nghiệp, a traditional cham waving village in Ninh Thuận.
Your screen is visible, but your presentation is not there.
Okay, let me.
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Mỹ Nghiệp, a traditional cham waving village in Ninh Thuận, face serve display its generation rocket flag, written by cheaper industrial alternative and the debater of younger generation seeking other livelihood. The village currently sits at the radial crossroad between reservation and change. And after beside the view, because these were a traditional village, so I had to research about the seismography to to have a characteristic of the site, and the selected site located in the Mỹ Nghiệp Gateway, where the village achievement of land region growth. The project sits at the transition between Ninh Thuận, Irish landscape, and the settlement. Historically, a gathering space for jam festival, the site presents two main design challenge. One is preserving the regional cultural content, and other is adapting to the harsh climate with effective setting and ventilation. And to the concept, to respond to this challenge, the core concept take direct inspiration from the art of waving. I'm abstract the spatial language of village landscape and translate it into architectural form. Architectural spaces are composed like woven layer where the nature, the community, and building will connect together. And this is my firm development. The machine strategy avoids a single large block by fragmenting and interlacing volume on the metal lens. Central culture acid like the Cham Cultural River project. The new facility to existing village by strengthening improve the building function as a permeable gateway rather than a physical barrier. The trail 100 square meter facility T organized its land to the mimic the rim of waving. The main block contain exhibition, performance, education, and administration. It divided into 4 volumes, interact with pre-vivo hall and courtyard. This woven layout celebrates circulation, distribute access, and reduce building overall mass to align with the scale of the village. And this is the section and elevation. Looking at the section, the roofscape is a defining feature of the project. The roof design brought from the surrounding mountain provides waving frame and the fluted curve of jam rocket motifs built using local ram earth and traditional techniques. It creates a rhythmic, undulating profile. This not only strengthens the building identity, but also integrate it perfect into the village skyline. And this is the landscape concept of the building. The landscape concept intellect path and courtyard lie rid of the room. Working through the building becomes a sequence of urbanness and enclosure. Intellect courtyard add a reinforced daring inline and ventilation while connecting villager, visitor, and tradition. At its core, a continued water channel flow along the main
I would
culture.
request you to please conclude in a minute.
Yeah, culture asset symbolizing purification and actively cooling the microclimate. This is the courtyard in my building and each activity for each courtyard. And because Mỹ Nghiệp is located inland and less visible from the highway than other village in the area, the design introduced an observation tower scale to the respect the village content. It acts as a visible landmark to signal the village reason to travel while offering panoramic views of the semi-arid landscape. And this is a waving experience by the design adapt the traditional jam fruit, double fruit, and vendor to manage the local climate, constructed with brick, wood, and bamboo. The building released on the urban ground floor for natural ventilation, while deep overhangs and vertical loft block the harsh western sun.
Thank you so
And
much for your
finally,
presentation.
a flight of return function as a living infrastructure rather than just a cultural facility by integrating landscape tradition and radical design. The project seeks to sustain the jam waving heritage and identity without overwhelming the acid really context. And that's all. Thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you so much. Now I would request the judges to please ask questions.
I think it's a very nice project. You wanted to cover the various dimensions of lifestyle, the actual activity, and the context. So it's quite pleasant to look at. I had a sort of a, point of debate, different opinion on the roof, the scale of the roof. While it looks quite pleasant, if you see the footprint of the building, they more or less match the village kind of a scale. The rectilinear boxes that come out are similar to what already you can see as a footprint or a sort of a tissue onto the village plan. But when you're trying to cover a lot of spaces with one singular roof, it starts becoming quite mega sort of a entity. And that's where if you see a roof plan, it really becomes a very huge intervention. While if you see the buildings standing there, they are quite in a scale. So I thought that roof wanting to cover larger area than the building footprint has made this come across as a very large institutional sort of presence in a very sort of a small, fragmented sort of a village built form. So that was one. Second, when you do send such a kind of a roof is almost like 1.5 floor tall. What way are we optimizing the volume? So more sectional studies to give us an additional space and therefore be able to reduce the ground footprint, so to say, to save on resource, to save on ecology, to kind of also make use of those what is coming in there. Because I believe it's a foot operated loom and you're actually going into the ground and therefore your volumes are quite available to you. You're sitting on a ground and having the foot paddle below. So I was looking for more sectional responses here, and as a result, being able to optimize on the real built area that you have over there. And lastly, the idea of water and vegetation in such a kind of a context. So, in your own proposal, except for that spiritual area where water was very nicely brought in and you had a kind of a space created out of natural element, I was just wondering, was it not the core kind of a spatial element possible in the rest of the site development? And the sizes of the courtyard, you know your context better, but I assume that micro multiple courtyard versus one large big court, because a lot of these activities, production and training also happen in a semi-covered space in a climate like yours and ours. And therefore, more of those spaces which directly open into nature, natural court with vegetation, so that while you are working, there is a kind of a mental freedom in terms of being able to be close to nature and naturally comfortable cooling. So this was just some observation.
Yeah.
Just one question. I'd just like to understand better. When you say double roofing, what does that mean?
Can you repeat?
You mentioned double roofing
No,
in terms of climate response. What does that mean?
bamboo fruit.
Okay.
Is a no, my main building is the roof of the main building is made by frame earth, and the root of experience area is use the wood and the structure of Cham village, Cham traditional Cham people house. The bamboo I use for the door, the flexible door in the experience waving spaces.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Team 8, for your presentation. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. I would request Team 9 to start with their presentation.
Hi, sir.
Hello.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Rahil, and I'll be presenting my studio project, The Craft Village. So starting off with the context, the project is set in the town of Nanjangud in Karnataka. So Nanjangud is a small town. It's a Hindu temple town, which is located on the banks of the river Kabini. So this town is popular for its Nanjundeshwara temple, which basically is the anchor point of the entire town itself. So also the place is a mix of different cultures, different professions, different crafts, which have gotten diluted through time. So in a way, my project is an attempt to sort of revive the lost practices too. Here are some images of the place. Now, talking of the site is located on the periphery of the town. So the national highway that connects to the town itself is directly linked to the site, wherein towards the north of the site you can see the Kabani River, and towards the uh, southwest is the Nanjundeshwara temple. So what I've done is I've tried to take things from its immediate context and try to sort of respond to what's happening. So the Nanjundeshwara temple, the river ghat, the highway, and the water canal in the south sort of become the main design guides here, or the guiding factors. Some analysis upon the site where if in this hand-drawn diagram, I've tried to map out what views I could have from a site if I were to go at a higher level, wherein view 1 would be pointing at my ghat on the Kabini River, view 2 would be the water canal, and view 3 would be the gopuram of the temple itself. And apart from that, there is another diagram below that you can see is where the public zones have been mapped. This basically shows the crowd and the density of public that gathers in and around the context of the temple town. So I get an idea of where to draw public from and what places to keep private. Yeah. So the concept is built by 3 different sub-concepts, I'd say. So my first narrative would be a sustainable approach to reuse the byproducts that are formed from the local produce. Now, Nanjangud is known for a lot of crafts, like I mentioned earlier, such as coconut coir weaving, doll making. There is banana leaf weaving, bamboo weaving, and such. And apart from that, the locally produced items like rice, paddy, coconut, bamboo, etc. are also something that can be used or integrated in this whole system. So the system works in such a way that cycle A, that is when crop is harvested, it is sold in the marketplace as a food crop or as a I mean, like for retail. And then the byproducts of the plant which are left behind, such as the leaves, the stem, especially in the case of a banana plant or the shoot, those can be integrated with the local crafts such as hand weaving and doll making to make new products such as baskets and nets, mats, etc., which can again be sold in the same marketplace. Now, simultaneously, while the cycle is going on, the funds coming from the marketplace can be again used to run this cycle, and the waste products
I would
coming.
request you to conclude. You have a minute.
Yes. So the waste products coming from the fruit itself would be again recycled to produce more. The second concept would be the axis. So what I tried doing is I took an axis directly pointing towards the Gopuram of the Nanjundeshwara temple, where I've taken a direct path and also a meandering path. So it gives them an option to whether go directly to the temple, where the site itself becomes a secondary entrance to the temple, while also the meandering path takes them to a slow indirect path through all the different subspaces of this building. This is a section showing how the third concept comes into play, where the Gopuram is being framed. So you're directly walking through into the city through the site. So the site becomes again a secondary entrance to the temple, where your Gopuram is being framed by two tall structures flanking the Gopuram in perspective of the viewer. The final outcome is here. These are the floor plans. So
Thank you so much. Your time's up. So
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I would request the jury members to ask questions.
Yeah, I think you should have managed your time a bit better. We were talking about design competition for an architect. So I think rather than spending too much time talking about the byproduct of the craft, I think it would have been interesting to know how we are integrating in your space conceptions. So there were certain promises when you saw the view as well as the basic layout. So I thought that would have been more interesting to understand your viewpoint or explanation on that. One can see there are certain sensible design decisions about taking the context into account in terms of view access, in terms of relation to outside the river as a feature, and the kind of public gathering area, and then trying to create an internal street through your campus to bisect, to bring you from one public realm to another public realm, and also continue the view cone. So one can probably interpret those sort of things, but I wish it came from your mouth. And a couple of things that, when you started explaining too much on the recycling part of the waste material and all, the assumption or the expectation went up to see that how are you going to bring them into a building craft or so. But your sections, the views were interesting, but they were talking probably more of a kind of material which would not necessarily be possible to do it from the secondary palette that you might have mentioned for the alternative craft products. So one wondered whether there would have been an attempt to see that how some of those things can still be part of the building craft or building kind of design decisions. So your section looked very much kind of a concrete slab and column sort of a structure. So suddenly, when it came to architectural expression, other than the promise of the plan and the movement experience, the materiality or the basic kind of concerns about it being part of what village that you mentioned was probably suddenly going apart. So that was what, from reading from what your images showed, how it came across. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adding on to what architect Yatin has mentioned, Rahil, it would have been great if you have so much of a narrative to tell. like as you're speaking, if you have a couple of images, you're speaking about the concept on the left, the same sheet just showed how you're putting it into action on the right. I think it would have been a lot more powerful because you seem to have a lot to say, but as the architect has said, it's not come through, how exactly are you achieving it,
Yes.
right? So it's very important that you show it parallelly because that
Yes.
then it'll be easier for us to understand as well how exactly that has happened, rather than leaving it all for the end,
Yeah.
to the question mark.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Team 9. Now I would request our last team of this session before the break, Team 10, to please start with their presentation.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
I can hear you. Put on the screen, please.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Samriddhi Sharma. I'm from School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal, and the title of my project is The Promenade, which I had designed in my 7th semester studio. So since the site was surrounded by the residential areas and high-end commercial areas, the basic concept of the mall was to blend the high-end retailing with the affordable local vendors to increase the stakeholders of the project. It was also to have the connection between the inside and the outside environment of the mall, which is mostly missing in today's new age malls because they have somewhat a disconnected inside outside relationship. So the site was in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, TT Nagar to be precise, and which is Bhopal's primary development zones, and it is very rapidly evolving with the coming BRTS and metro routes, which makes it a very prime location for an entertainment hub. So this site has a road connectivity from 3 sides with a 45-meter street, which has a great pedestrian and cyclic access. So this is just a gist of the brief that was given to us. So the rectangles you can see on the first image, they are the unbuildable areas because these are the government-owned green belts, and most of the developed form that I designed was surrounding this idea only because it was a very prominent requirement for the site. This graphic shows the form development of my proposal for the mall, removing the unbuildable areas, dividing the mass into floors, skewing them from their axis, and creating connected bridges um, along with the bylaws restrictions. That all of that led me to design a mall with a mass like this. So this is the basic thought process of me designing every part of this mall according to the climate and site conditions. Here you can see the thought process behind like providing a large cantilever so that it gets the front promenade gets a shade like shade from the building, and the tensile roofs to cover the unbuildable areas, and aligning the building in a certain way so that the natural light throughout the day uh, gets into it, and no harsh sun since the building is covered with glazing. So this is the site plan for the building. We can see that I've given a pedestrian entry from the main street on the both sides on the bottom, and the vehicular entry is on the rear side, uh, like to have an unobstructed entrance for both vehicles and pedestrian. And according to the brief, the vehicular access could not be given from the 45-meter street, like the main street, from the street which I have given pedestrian entry. So we could not give vehicular access from there, as it has that pedestrian walkway in the front, which cannot be altered. So we had to give the vehicular entry from the back, which separates both of them. And this is the front promenade. It is a vibrant place to relax or to shop, which has a stepped heart in front with the local vendors, a play area for the kids, some food kiosks on the frontage, and an entrance plaza with a stepped seating to just have a place to relax. This segment shows the vehicular entry of the surface parking, following the parking entrance to the first basement hidden amongst the landscaping.
I would request you to please conclude. You have a minute.
Okay. This is the drop-off area of the site. So this is the sectional view of the mall and how the floors have been divided. So so the thought of having like the absent mass in between, um, like this thought I had taken forward to create a mall which seems like it has been cut in half and separated and connecting some bridges or roofs. So which is a very new concept for a mall because it is an introverted like mall is generally a very introverted space, but this is more of an extroverted and very landscape oriented. So these are the ground floors. The service course have been highlighted, and this is the first floor with mostly the men's apparel. This is the this floor. The second floor has women's fashion. The third floor has like all the restaurants and food courts, along with an F&B bridge. And this is this is a game zone.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm so sorry your time's up. I would request the jury members to ask the questions.
Projects like this, and as it sort of comes down to this, gets too much of form fancied, so-called kind of visual sort of prefixed idea of what building could be, rather than when you say it's a public civic space, the analysis of what traditional market is about. And if I was to turn that into a mall kind of a typology, what is the Indian prototype could I think of? The whole thing starting with inwardly oval and then breaking into two and just bridges connecting them does not make them extroverted. And if you see your plan, it's a doubly loaded around a corridor, but you know that inner atrium would only be where the shops would work. So outside periphery is entirely shops and toilets and services. So the building does not talk to outside at all. It's just utilities that come from that. And suddenly a self-created five-story oval with nothing really opening out to inviting people. Just having a patch, it's more like a mela where one place it's a kiosk for those, and that's why we say that malls don't have informal. There have been enough malls because malls, once you go, there's no interest left for next time unless there is a changing things. And that's why every mall tries to bring in that spontaneity which the typical traditional markets always have had. And that would have been an interesting point to see. Nature is another important thing, that building may not change, but nature always changes. The whole idea of non-air conditioned way of bringing in comfort, at least the daylight, etc. The idea of multiple level civic spaces and outdoors rather than one low roof, which is preconceived and does nothing to make it into a civic space and so forth. So I thought that in including the last kind of, sorry to use this, but vagabond imagery of a building sitting in Bhopal on a contoured site, because there were certain contours over there in your drawing. So I think this is it's not a comment on what comes out, but it's definitely a different start, which is not encouraged. It's like you have to be a doctor to see, not that, okay, any third patient would be malaria, and you don't do that. You treat each patient by its symptom, by its kind of, even, diagnosis may be same, but treatment may differ depending on affordability, the other conditions and whatnot. And the holistic cure is that you also advise for the health sort of precautions in terms of exercise, in terms of diet, in terms of daily routine. And I think architecture has to think of these holistic concerns. So there's nothing, even your explanation that because of this, it was like apology that I could not have car from there, as if you would have liked car to go all around. While any civic space, car is an enemy. It's a comfort, but not for the space where people would want to kind of come together and leisure or whatever. So I think that whole what anchors a city space, a civic space in a city, understanding that. And I think there were references like Charles Correa's Salt Lake City Mall, which has shops and up-end shop, if you use that word before, but it comes across as a city space with no intention to buying. You can still hang around there. You can watch a match. You can just be picked up or dropped as a public address that be there and I'll come and pick you up. So I think that those were the kind of versions to try and define what mall for in India may mean about, Otherwise, every mall is introverted. And when we talk about bazaar, it's always the street weirdly. And no mall uses the street edge as anything except for a glass facade to show the product inside. But otherwise, that's the most interactive edge. So I think it missed the very basic questions to ask. And as a result, answer is a preconceived building. It could have been hospital, it could have been anything for that matter.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, I would request any other judges if they have any questions. No. So I would like to thank all of you who were present over here and they were patient throughout the session. Thank you so much, sir, for all those engagements. And I would like to thank ma'am as well and our other jury members. And thank you so much for all the participants from Team 1 to Team 10 who have presented their work. Now, the rest of the teams who are Team 11 and 18, they would be presenting after this lunch break. Our session will start again at 1:55 p.m. I would request all the participants who have yet to present, to be present there. And I would request judges to please be present there and ask them questions. Thank you so much, everyone. You can join again exactly at 1:55 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All the participants can leave and join again at 1:55 p.m. Hello and a very good afternoon to everyone. It's good to have everyone back after the break. I hope it was good. Thank you so much to all the jury members and all the participants. We would begin shortly, just in 2 minutes. So, as we are starting our session again, the session will start with Team 11. So I would request Team 11 to please be ready with their presentation and start presenting. Team 11.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. My screen clear?
Yes.
Okay. Hello everyone. I'm Bushra. I will be presenting my thesis project, The Second Voyage: A Unified Marketplace for Bhattiar's Shipwreck Industrial Market.
Sorry, just a minute. Sorry, I can't see Bushra's screen.
It is on.
Yes.
I'm not able to see it. Could you help me, please? DiscoverArch.
I can see it though.
You can see it. Maybe I will just rejoin.
Should I continue?
Ma'am, are you able to see the screen now? I think ma'am is going to rejoin. Yes, ma'am. Is the screen visible now?
Thank you.
Yeah, you can continue. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Globally, when a ship is built, it usually stays in service for 20 to 30 years. After that, due to its increasing maintenance cost, the ship is dismantled and turned into a scrap. And around the world, there is a high demand for this scrap material. And because of this material, shipbreaking yards have developed in countries like Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan. And according to global shipbreaking landscape data, nearly 80% of global ship dismantling occurs in these 3 countries everywhere. And a global ratio of all ships scrapped worldwide shows that Bangladesh is the second largest ship scrapping country. In Bangladesh, shipbreaking first started in 1965. After the Liberation War in 1974, the industry began to grow with the involvement of Cornfuli Metal Works, marking the beginning of organized shipbreaking in the country. And about 95% of ships' components are resold as a scrap. Among them, 75% is used in the construction industry, and while the remaining 20% includes reusable interior products such as furniture, electronics, machineries, and even antiques. These products have huge commercial value and strong domestic customer base. These interior products from ship have created a market in Bhattiari Union, Sitakundo Upazila in Chittagong, Bangladesh. And this market is about 3.5 kilometer, and it's along both sides of highway. It's located along both sides of highway, and it grows organically, and it's an informal cheap scrap material market. And from the accessibility map from the left, we can see that market has developed along the Dhaka-Chittagong highway, and the land use map on the right side shows that the surrounding areas mainly in industrial nature. And if we look at the market demand, this market distributes product worth at least 1,000 crores BDT across the year, and data from a specific year also shows that the profit generated by this market. The existing market, this existing market shows different type of products available and the location of the shop. Here are the existing zoning of this market. However, if we look closely, we can see that the market is fragmented and scattered. Similar types of shops are placed far from each other, which makes navigation difficult for buyers. And because of this layout, the market loses its potential. Potential customer circulation becomes inefficient and sales are reduced. And that's why I have proposed that a unified market complex designed to increase the commercial value of salvage goods while introducing civic and cultural function into the surrounding landscape. And from the program simulation, I have proposed that the market is organized vertically, starting from heavier products on the lower levels to lighter products on the upper levels. And I have chosen the sites within the existing stretch of the markets, which is close to salvage yards and also the main transportation routes. And this shows how
this is a reminder. Please conclude in a minute.
This is my form generation, how I generated my form. And this is the ground floor of my market. I've designed the pedestrian entry from the highway side, and the vehicular entry from the secondary road, and the service entry at the back of the road. And here's the zoning where I've put entry, my core, and in the lower from the zoning, we can see the heavier parts of the heavier products of these products are such as stair, mechanical products, mechanical item, boat. These are placed in the ground floor, and as we level up, I have placed lighter products such as plumbing, kitchen cabinets, electronic items, hardware items, glass, lighting equipment, antique products, and textile. Here the axonometric diagram of my here the sectional perspective where I can see the entry, then the lobby, and the plaza. I actually designed the build form and split into two parallel blocks, and these blocks are connected by bridges across levels, creating a central open plaza in between the market. And here the mechanical equipment zones, and this area is special provisions are made for this area for such as large equipment, for example, boilers, compression generators, and these products require a greater special capacity. These products demand greater heights. And that's why these zones are designed with double height spaces equipped with overhead crane system for safe handling.
Yes. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm afraid your time's up. I would request the jury members to please ask questions.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I was just, yeah, again, the time management, but well, we can see what images can convey. I was just wondering, why did you choose, you know that this grows linearly and along the highway or whatever street so that there's higher visibility of things. Some of these are also antique and stuff are impulsive buying. So the choice of two parallel blocks, but one behind the other. So that kind of reduces its exposure from the street. Versus typically what we have is a C-shaped opening up towards the street, etc. So that was a curious design decision. And second one was that the rear, the one closer to the highway, is doubly loaded with a very dark corridor. Now, even the Bangladesh and all, does that not need better ventilation, breeze as a comforting factor, and therefore that doubly loaded linear dark corridor sort of an organization was also surprising to see that as emerging from the experiences of the marketplaces what we have in both our countries. Third thing was that this is a module fit to all kind. Now, typically flexibility, being able to combine and divide, being able to volumetrically optimize for different products is what you really need. And therefore, a generation of a basic typology to allow for things of that sort. And also place like that which programmatically needs few other things. It becomes a place you need to have restaurant because you're there for shopping, and meaning you spend a day, and everything is not just quick buy sort. So while things are being weighed, put for your cargo, things like that. So I thought even programmatically it could evolve into little more complete sort of an entity. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, one small, I think in India we use a different political map of, which than what you have shown. I think you've taken away Kashmir from us.
Yes, sir. So I actually placed cafes in the second floor and in area, and I used an experience center where people can see there were some ships which are now not working, but they are very, like heritage type of ships. So people can actually see those products, see those as a museum sort of, but I've tried to put some others function in second or third floor, but I think I can work better.
Yeah, I have a similar comment to add actually. So basically, your storytelling in the beginning about the ships and all of that, it was quite interesting, and it was, it was giving me a lot of curiosity on where this is going. But like now, what you just said about your museum and all of that being inside, I feel if your design would have been a bit more effective if that initial story you derived the whole concept from was expressed through your design rather than just keeping it inside a room, like maybe in a creative way of also well, of course, definitely your thought behind how each product is being segregated, but that also connecting that to the story you said initially, like how can you bring maybe through placemaking, many ways to do it, but I think that sort of thing would have been good if you could have explored it a bit more.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for presenting. I would request Team 12 to come forward and start with their presentation.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, please.
Is my screen visible?
Not yet. Yeah.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon. Myself, Muhammad Farsin. I'm here to present my semester 7 housing project, Housing and Shared Commons from Library Shelves to Civic Terraces. So the project explores high-rise housing, urban housing as a resilient, adaptive frame.
I think
Um,
Farzin might have
yeah,
lost connection, maybe.
yeah, I think so.
Are you there, Mohammed?
So the site is
Wait, you
hello.
you lost the connection for a moment. Were you explaining?
Is
No,
it okay right now?
it's just coming.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
you
see
can
the first
please do.
location slide. Carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 3 acres of land is made into 3 parcels of 1 acre each as shown in the map. On the north side of the site, we have a garden land and a canal on the east and an access road at the west. So taking in inputs from the site, I've made 3 conscious decisions. One, to promote pedestrian and cycling throughout the building as well as to the city. And next, other is the experience the canal more than what it is currently. And 3, to not to be any obstruction for any sites at the south side to the garden view. Also, a ramp is integrated throughout the building as I'll come to that later. Coming to the massing, by creating the required volume for housing and library, for better visual connection, connection to the garden, the blocks are carved out and then multiplied the environments by creating the terraces and stacking the blocks. And the plan is kept more open and continuous plinth level to make it more accessible to the public outside to come and use the space below. And this is the section we can see that these terraces becomes the space for comments, transforming according to the user needs. As it transforms into spaces for celebrations, gardening, performance, play, adapting to the changes of needs of its people. So in this section, as I mentioned earlier, a ramp is integrated throughout the public spaces. Along its journey, it connects the library, mixed-use programs, and housing grounds. This ramp acts as a spine of the building, which blurs the boundary between the private and the public spaces. And these are some of the views in the project. Like first one is the placement of a ramp at the entrance encourages the users to walk and take their cycles to the top of the housing grounds. Second is the view from the ramp of the public interaction and sculptures hang from top in the high volume spaces, looking downwards. And third is a view from the library reading spaces allow the users a calm and vibrant space for exchange. The housing units follows a modular unit system, ensuring clarity, efficiency, and adaptability in constructions. And when stacked, these rigid units are punctuated by shared terraces, which breaks the uniformity and introduce space for community life. And that's the project here. The environment multiplied vertically by responding to the conditions in and around the site. And the north facade is kept more opaque so that it can bring more vibrant to the city when projected or added some advertisements and all. So that's the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's an interesting massing that you come up with, and you have integrated multiple functions, especially library and this, and we're saying that it's going to be a public space, number one, and then community space. Few quick things. When you say that it's a vertical high-rise living, one of the challenges of housing is that how do you bring in that interaction between the neighbor kind of an idea? And therefore, it would have been interesting not only to see these terraces, which are common terraces, but the reason for people to go there. And therefore, each floor, there is a huge hierarchy of open space that it demands, which is that between the neighbor on the same floor, then can neighbor not overlook onto the other floor, so that something like an atrium in a mall that allows you to connect to different floors. Otherwise, vertical segregation is too severe than the horizontal distance. And therefore, when you say housing, the primary concerns have to be how do you humanize it? Humanize it for interaction, for flexibility, for adaptation, as well as the eventual living quarter, which needs in our climate and culture multiple open spaces. Your section is trying to use the mass as block, but still individual unit level, the idea of outdoor spaces. There's a very small balcony in one of the typology. Other typology doesn't even get that. Versus the dark corridor, you're using you need the habitation duplex sort of a
Yes.
section, but the street becomes most important factor for neighborly connect, and any idea of having that street which would ensure or give the incentive for those across neighbor communication or interactivity. And also that kind of a street, not only it's dark, but does not allow you to have openings. If you do have openings, then it's an encroachment on privacy. So typically a corridor-based cluster in Indian housing context, the challenge is in giving us some sort of a transition zone so that that allows for the initial kind of a buffer, and you can keep windows open for cross ventilation, which in this climate is very needed, as well as the idea of that interface zone being the live component that elderly can come out and sit and chat with others. So the whole point about high rise is that the young crowd, the toddlers and the elderly, they are suffocated within the housing or house and spaces for them. So what I was missing was the mid-level open space, personal and mid-level between the floors, the voids intermediate between the block, also to relieve the dark corridor and stuff like that. Finally, you said that north is opaque. Is housing a stage where you project things as a screen? Does that take away the only opportunity people had to look towards the street by having windows, and cross ventilation would have been better? And so you're taking away, could it not have been multiple terraces and it would have naturally been a theater? And north is a cool site for India where sun, you get illumination, but not the glare and the haze. So I was a bit surprised by that little decision, and especially highlighting it as a feature rather than a guilt about the design interpretation. Thank you.
Like I thought rather than treating not only the building, the public park at the north side would also allows people to interact with the building from the park itself. So that I thought of making it, even though
balconies and people are sitting there, it naturally becomes a theater. So you want a kind of interactive age with the life there rather than something projected, dead art being put up there. What's the dynamic concept of the street, that it keeps changing by the people and spontaneous activities. So I think those fundamentals of housing, and of course, I'm sure you would have somewhat considered structure and services the way you do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
there any
do
comments?
Yeah, for me, it's most of my questions what I have first is about the ramp. You mentioned how the ramp is the connecting factor. So could you elaborate on how the segregation is maintained? So I'm guessing the housing area is not accessible to the public.
No.
How, like, where does that end? Like, where does the public space end? And how does is there a segregation in the ramp to show that? Like, could you elaborate?
Yeah, once you enter the ramp, it connects you through the public spaces, as in libraries, exhibition, and multi-mixed use spaces. And after that, you reach to a ground where the housing people can actually park their cycles, or it acts as a lobby or a threshold between the housing and the public spaces. So once you reach that mid-level, you can see that pool level.
Yeah.
Yeah, once you reach that level, then the ramp stops connecting going upwards. From there, the residents have to take their lift or anything. That becomes a ground for the residents at the top.
Okay.
And between that, the interaction and the dialogue happens between the public and the people. So yeah.
And what about the parking spaces? Like, is there a
Parking is given underground, like as they left, you can see the ramp going down to the parking.
Okay.
And then almost 200 cars can be parked down.
Right. Okay, and then is there like a lift access as well to the, because in the section I find it a bit hard to identify where the lifts from the parking to the housing area would go.
Yeah, there is totally 3 lifts that goes to the housing. 2 lifts will goes to the housing and 1 lift will go till the public floors.
Okay, and where is that located?
Like in the plan, you can see there's a lobby for the public private housing as 2, marked as 2.
Okay, okay.
And the other side for the
And then
other tower,
could
it
you
is
show the
opposite to that.
graphic, please? The graphic of the 3D graphic, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you so
ma'am. Thank you
much.
so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Team 13. Before we move on, I would like to give a quick reminder about the rules to every team. So you will only get 5 minutes to explain your project, and when after 4 minutes, I'll be reminding you to conclude in the next minute. So please follow through. So now I would request Team 13 to present their work.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Is the screen on?
Yep.
Good afternoon. I'm Hussein. My project is folk arts present. The project is about transforming present into folk art center. This project is not about reusing present. It's about transforming its meaning. Before I start. Okay. My project location in Iraq, Baghdad, in district called Atopchi. Before I explaining the concept, it's important to understand the context and what happened in this area. My site, I have a three main existing zone. The present, the bunker. The bunker is the shelter to hide in war happened in Iraq, and we have avoided area or empty area. The present is the present surrounding is a residential context completely, and the visual access to the present or to this site is closed, all closed. So the Topchi area identity history. It's about traditional arts, it's about folk arts and theater and humor and religion songlines. The site problem is the site but the present change this image completely because the site problems is many tragic on this area. In 2006, Topchi witnessed a sectarian tension and the presence of prison as a closed concrete block inside a residential area and created a separation between people. The area became physically and socially divided, and part of turned into civil war and conflict zone. The area of present conflict zone and civil war. Later in 2011 and 24, a violent attack happened, causes many civilian casualties. So, the area of present is appointed completely. Is disconnect is became disconnected area in the urban fabric. So how we return this place to life
You might
back?
run out of time, so you might want to come to the area.
Okay. The concept, how can we reconnect this place? So I took the folk arts, the tools to reconnect this place into life, like the folk arts. So I transforming the meaning from I leave I live keep walls of prison with their drawings and memories, a good foundation to healing from past. And is this mass moving down, mouse moving into ground, memories and trauma as fading and disappeared forever. On the other side, the mass is rising. This is symbolized into a new life, or back in a new life. In the middle, this is the bunker. So the visual access to the bunker, I open all visual access. Uh, and the bunker, I invert this meaning. He is a place we hide in it in time of war. So um, now he is it's an open theater, a place we gathering to happiness and we joy in it. The project has two values, folk art parts and sampled parts. The folk art parts from the ground floor, we had a mini zoning, a tangible heritage, intangible heritage, and the interactive cultures. And
I would
and the
request
sample,
you to wrap it up in a minute, please.
okay. And the symbolic path, it's about walls of prison in the first floor. We in from the first floor from this place, from here, and this place here we begin the story of what happened in this place, and how we will heal from what happened in this place, from the tragic past. And the two parts, connection to the glass box, that's the exception and many events in this black box, glass box. And we go finally to the monument and to the open theater. This monument is abstract of 100 shakes. 100 shakes, this symbolic of freedom from the past. And the two columns symbols to the two sectors. And these the boxes, it's a multi-purpose boxes to many adjective and
Yeah.
advantage.
Thank you so
And
much.
thank
I'm
you.
afraid your time's up. Yes, I would request sir to ask questions.
Thank you. I wish you were able to kind of take us through more of your design decisions, but as it can be seen, the language of drawing is our language, and we do understand the complexity, the kind of approach, and I think resolution is very, very pleasant. And to transform the one which was a bunker into a very kind of isolating thing to celebrating the freedom and all. So I think there are philosophical overtones. The architectural resolution, the images comes across as very, very pleasant. Only thing, if you would have rationed your time to rather come up with a very complex uh, built form, plan that you have, plan and section to take
Yeah,
us through what was existing and what became a constraint and how that informed you to come up with this. It was not totally bulldozing and then building new, right? It was kind of build using those hieroglyphics, the kind of memory of the place, and then
yeah,
building further on that. So I thought more of those kinds of sharing of thoughts and the way design process led you to something could have enlightened little more. Do I understand that there are these multiple courtyard and voids to
yes.
provide for?
The multiple courtyards of the old prison.
Yes. So
It's
I
the
think the
same.
context of Iraq and the way that.
I go inside because the surrounding of the project is residential area completely. If I create a future problem if I go out, so I go in.
Yeah. No, it's very pleasant, but I wish you explained this through the
Thank you.
existing, its analysis, and then came to what you came to.
Thank
you.
Do we have any other questions from the jury? Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much
very
for your
much. Thank you
presentation.
very much.
Thank you. Yes, I would once again like to remind everybody that you only get 5 minutes to explain your project. And among those 5 minutes, after 4 minutes, I'll be giving you a warning that you only have 1 minute to conclude your presentation. I request everyone to please adhere to that timeline so that you're able to explain your project properly. Now I would request Team 14 to please present their work. Thank you so much.
Hello. Can you see the screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. So my name is Katarzyna Jamiu. I come from Poland, and today I would like to present my project titled Nature Sanctuary, which is located at the ruins of this Carmelite monastery in Zagłębie, Poland. This project explores a key question, which is how can we protect cultural heritage while responding to climate change? The site is unique because nature has already reclaimed it, and vegetation grows on walls and inside the complex, creating a rare ecological ecosystem. At the same time, the town faces increasing risks of flooding and drought, intensified by climate change. So the project addresses two challenges. How can we make ruins accessible and how to strengthen the landscape's resilience? At the scale of the town, I propose restoring wetlands along the historical course of the Sława River. And these wetlands store excess water during heavy rain, release it during drought, and naturally filter pollutants from agricultural runoff. This creates a nature-based system that improves water management and supports biodiversity at the same time. Visitors can reach the site through two parallel roads. The pilgrim path follows the cultural and religious history of the town, and the educational path follows the river and ecological corridor. Along this road, visitors experience different ecosystems and learn about their environmental functions. And both paths meet at the ruin, the symbolic point where culture and nature intersect. This project is based on the process of fourth nature, where nature takes over human-made structures. The monastery ruins have become a living ecosystem, and instead of removing the process, the project embraces it. This leads to the key idea that ruins have value not only as history, but also as ecological ecosystem. The state is divided into zones with different levels of human intervention. Near the entrance, spaces are more structured and accessible, and deeper inside, vegetation becomes more natural and uncontrolled. The final zone, the monastery interior, is left almost untouched. Each of the zones reflects a different conservation philosophy, from more interventionist approaches like Viollet Ledoux, who supported restoration and reconstruction, to more conservative ideas like Cesare Brandi, focusing on preserving authenticity, and finally John Ruskin's non-intervention approach, which values the natural aging and transformation of the monument. And this sequence reflects both ecological succession and changing relationship between humans and nature. The project follows the prime principle of minimal intervention. The ruins are not reconstructed, instead they are stabilized and made safely accessible. Vegetation growing on the walls is monitored and not removed unless it threatens safety. Some areas remain inaccessible, protecting both biodiversity and historic character of the site. And sustainability is a key aspect of the project. It uses native long-living plants, reduces maintenance, and retains water on site. Landscape management can rely on grazing instead of machinery, and the goal is to reduce the environmental footprint while supporting natural processes. And to conclude, this project process a new way of thinking about heritage, not as something frozen in time, but as something that can evolve together with nature. Nature's sanctuary shows that cultural heritage and ecological processes can coexist, creating a resilient, educational, and meaningful landscape. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's quite sensitive both to the ecology and the heritage. And you've chosen to not really touch the ruin. Maybe it's a church initially, and keep it as it is and just monitor that there's no further deterioration. So I think it's the minimalist approach in that sense. I assume because from your presentation, because there was a wide area and you more had a zoning of the sort, I'm assuming that you're strengthening the ecology part of it, so that you're putting more vegetation and more kind of natural systems in place so that its ecology is enhanced. And within that, you are simply keeping the ruin as it is. Two things about it in this, while we saw the vegetation, and I suppose that you know what native species or what works with each other is a kind of, and from what it looks from the images, that it's not a cosmetic resort like thing, it's more a wild ecology or a natural kind of a place. I'm wondering about a system of water that would have been required to manage this. So integration of water system along with the vegetation system, if that had been part of your considerations. And second one, that while you are not touching the ruin, which is a very kind of ultra sensitive way of keeping it, but would there have been some possibility of without adding things, but talking about the memory part of it, talking about the original function, and bringing that cultural connotation with it? Right now, monument remains as a ruin, versus that ruin can talk about what it stood for before. So some bit of a maybe it was a cultural exhibit, maybe it was a kind of a area where people can come and make it their own, both inform, involve, and inspire kind of a strategy here. So it can inform about the place and the past. It can involve you to not just gaze at it, but to kind of be part of that context and part of that typology. And third, inspire that what you take back with it as a sort of an overall message. So I thought that some bit of a thing with some simple ground modulation to whatever that as a build structure that it could offer, and some bit of way of saying that how is this newly created ecosystem is going to be sustained. So therefore, I was thinking about water as another integrated system. That's for me.
Okay, so in Poland, it actually rains quite often, so there's no need for an integrated water system. The plants are selected the way that they are all native, so basically they just rely on the water that they have accessible. Also because it's surrounded by ruins, we don't want them to get wet, all the foundation, everything. So the plants are supposed to take all the water from the ground and keep it safe, also the ruins. So there's no need for excessive, for more water than it already gives. Plants can they can survive the drought sometimes when it comes. The only more designed place here when it comes to plants is the monastery, like the old garden. But also here the plants were selected the way that they can survive without excessive, external water system. Then when it comes to talking about the place, there is a way to show everything here. Actually, there's a building, it exists currently, and it's a small museum that talks about the place, but also while we introduce people coming to this place, they are introduced to the whole idea, both the ecological idea and the ecology and the idea of the heritage. So yes, it's not just left alone. It is explained why it's like this, and also what you can see inside, how it was before, and why it's gonna be left like this for now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other question? No. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Team 15 to please present their presentation.
Is this screen here?
No.
We just see you right now.
Yeah.
Yes, it's visible now. You have to unmute yourself. Unmute. You're still muted. We can't hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry. So, my name is Marwa, and my project is Invisible Wand, a therapeutic retreat for psychological recovery in post-conflict communities. The question that I started my project with, how can mental health be introduced into collective consciousness of a society that rejects it? In Iraq, which is my site, in Diyala, the impact of post-armed conflict and wars has been more clear than now, not only in material terms, but also in psychological terms. More than 30% suffers from PTSD, depression, anxiety, etc. of mental health disorder. Less than 7% receive treatment due to fear, stigma of society, and lack of safe center. I once heard from that Al Rashid Psychiatric Hospital, which is the largest facility in Iraq for mental health disorder in long-way term, has more than 600 patients remain there, even if their condition is safe, even if they're nothing dangerous, just because their families, their society, their friends refuse to take them out because they see them as a danger. They see them as a crazy. In Iraq, which is a 43 million population, there are only 3 hospitals specialized with mental health disorder. And this is making a genuine desire for me to make architecture play a role in changing mindset and creating a safe, acceptance, and encouragement in place. And the vision was in psychology, the therapy doesn't begin with a direct question, but the safe place to make you ask yourself. In this project, the answer isn't given; rather than the space is built to ask a question by placing unfamiliar spaces in a familiar social spaces, to make curiosity and reflection, allowing mental health awareness to grow naturally without forcing it into the society or turning therapy into isolation. So, as its core, it's a mental health center, provides a treatment and recovery with the community that's still healing with and dealing with this hidden scar of the conflict. The site has a dual identity: the community need and the community memory. The community need, which is the recovery and rehabilitation, and the community memory that attached with the landscape and the social area, because the site was a social and a social and social area with its landscape. So this is make the need to make 2 functional and psychological different layers. The first layer is a social open community culture space, and the lower layer is a private indoor therapeutic space. It's began with a therapeutic space. The interest began in a social space to break the stigma associated with the mental health disorder. And the interior rely on a courtyard, and that make a courtyard as a living element and the light and the source of light. And the therapeutic space are open spaces to each other to make an interactive interior to participation and to prevent it in negative isolation and to make experimental treatment. With in every therapeutic space, there's a courtyard serves as a source of light, and its walls extend to the upper layer, and to make an element that connected the upper and the lower layer to make an education element, which is in the right here. And the tree rises from the therapeutic layer, the therapeutic layer, and to extend through the ceiling and to appear on the above layer, to be a connectors from to above and the below. The movement in the therapeutic layer distance to the rigid to residential unit that overlooking the
Reminder
river.
for you to conclude in a minute.
To make a calming environment. In the urban context, they see the old familiar environment, the casino, which is an old figure, a cultural social space figure, and landscape and the green spaces interactive with the vertical element whose origin and meaning may not be known until they live into it. until they leave the work so they may the courtyard make an illuminated element that can be educational elements such as the illuminated cube, which is redefine the concept of mental health care by representing information in an experimental way, which is here an experimental way to free from the stigma of patient. Each layer function independently but interact indirectly with each other. Art workshops are used to the lower layer and display the output above to the community. Each of these elements raises a question they may not have been aware before or did not have the space to ask, to make the user rethink of their acceptance of mental health treatment, and also the rehabilitation of the casino, which is which is a social figure, to make it a social
Yeah,
theater.
thank you so much. I'm afraid
Yeah.
your time's up. I would request the jury to ask questions.
Yeah, I think fairly complex project. I think very, very pleasant to see the way it sort of come out as a resolution. And I think the very nice internal spaces, etc., coming in. We can see it's trying to integrate it with nature. What would have been interesting is from you to know that how do you see the relationship of architecture with human emotions or experiences? Because you say that it's mentally disturbed people here. So both perception of the society who comes and you making them aware about their state or having to consider inclusion, and the inmates themselves, and what aspects of architecture kind of correlate to that design decision making or through the human aspect of it. So what are those encoded components which kind of trigger the expected human responses? You mentioned visual component versus the tactile component. So what are those tactile components, number one? And secondly, do you see nature to be the kind of positive distraction and being able to bring about that sort of positive responses while being there? We see a lot of vegetation, but a very, very strong water feature that runs next to that. Except for some pools, we don't see much of that becoming a therapeutic aspect or the kind of psychological aspect to deal with that. So the light, water, vegetation, and landform, as if you take the natural component, would you have a strategy for each of that in a broader sense that shapes this architecture?
Yeah, so the water and the light and the vegetation and the plants are part of their community, because the space was before an agriculture space. So the water is like the thing they know. So it's integrating into the spaces, into the social spaces, and into the healing spaces.
Now, what I meant was, anyways, I think there's less time, but see, each element has its own attributes. For example, water can mean a sort of a sound, also meditative sound. Water can mean, if it is anti-gravity, then the jubilation and celebration. Water with a very quiet can be contemplating, as reflective. Water with a flow can be dynamic and can be directional. So likewise for light, likewise for different forms of vegetation. So those attributes being complementing the build form and your journey around this. I can see that it's a complex where you have wonderful experiences of moving through different places, and different places, different architectural or natural element take over your senses. So I was more curious to hear those.
The water was as a spirit suppression element to like for the auditory noise. So we use it on the entrance, on like the courtyard parts.
Mhm. So just a last question. Which year are you from, or which year this project was from of architectural education?
The 5th year.
All right. Thank you. Beautiful project.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other question?
No questions. Well done, Marwa. I could imagine myself in almost like as you spoke through the different spaces. So I think there your presentation was quite good. managed to convey quite a bit. Best wishes.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would request Team 16 to start with their presentation.
Okay, is it okay?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, we are Candela and Maria. We started our research after seeing news that in Palma, a seasonal tourist city on an island in Spain, people with stable jobs cannot afford housing. Many end up on the streets as prices have almost doubled in the last decade. This island has the most expensive square meter of Spain. Construction is very limited and most of it is dedicated to tourism. The seemingly straightforward solution of building more affordable housing is vulnerable to speculation and could, over time, become part of the problem. So how can we give a response to this controversy? We translated this research into a cartography. We analyzed the different settlements located in Palma and interviewed people who had decided to live in these motorhomes, how they live, how these settlements are organized, and what kinds of problems have emerged. People cannot simply be expelled from the streets when they have no access to housing, but it also isn't fair to allow them to live in these conditions, surviving in an undignified way and generating a strained relationship with the neighbors. Based on the cartography, we discovered the three-scale system through which these urban developments have been established in the city. Our project is a response to these three scales: the motorhome, the street, and the public facilities.
The motorhome. The living space is expanded through easy-to-assemble structures, allowing each user to decide how to extend their motorhome. These structures incorporate a bioplastic enclosure developed by ourselves through different trials in the laboratory. This bioplastic can hold seeds, which then grow into small plants and allow animals to inhabit them. In this way, the motorhome settlements transform from a collection of white elements into a park that enhances the ecosystem and transforms Palma urban landscape.
Streets and vacant lots. The vacant lots identified through the cartography are seen as spaces of opportunity that, together with the streets, become the areas occupied by the motorhomes. These are occupied in a variable way, depending on the season, which leads us to rethink the idea of a flexible street. To organize this public space, we designed 3 urban devices, 3 biodigesters that recycle gray and black water from the motorhomes and generate biogas and reusable water. These resources allow the creation of thermally regulated and climatized outdoor areas, helping to reactivate life in the public space. In this way, the presence of motorhomes in streets stops being a problem and instead improves the streets for all the residents of Palma.
The facilities. During our initial research, we discovered that many motorhomes tend to park near sports facilities in Palma. These places provide basic services and form a citywide network, accessible with just a monthly membership. For this reason, we consider it essential to rehabilitate these spaces. The proposal not only meets basic needs, with solutions such as greenhouse showers and laundry facilities, powered by energy from the gym areas, but also creates community spaces, shared kitchens, workshops, and meeting areas, all supported by biodigesters, using motorhome waste. We create new type of facility that is more engaging and acts as a community hub. These spaces become places where residents and motorhome owners can coexist. Through these 3 scales, we create a new layer in the city. We do not start from scratch. We use what already exists: streets, vacant lots, and public facilities as a catalyst for this new urban layer. In this proposal, living in a motorhome is no longer just a marginal solution to housing shortage. It becomes a normal, desirable, and affordable way
I
of
would
living.
like to remind you to please finish in a minute.
Okay, tourism is not the enemy. What seems like an unsolvable problem becomes an opportunity. During the low season, residents live in their homes. During the high season, they rent them to tourists and move into a city network adapted for mobile living. The city adapts, accepts this lifestyle as a part of its fabric, and reorganizes its resources to create a new urban layer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You had 3 scales of intervention, and all 3 had its own challenges. So one would have been the motorhome in itself, in its design. How do you went into certain new ideas, but it remained a bit sketchy in this short presentation about how the organic matter and the kind of newly developed material can coexist, etc. But what I was more fundamentally kind of curious was that what way, if it's a motor home, how do you make it self-sufficient in a sense that I didn't see the kind of energy trapping with the roof as possible component, or the volumetric optimization, which is what as a space designer we tend to be part of that exploration, etc. So one was the key criteria and the kind of outcome by the search of developing the motor home in itself as a unit. Other one, I thought that this could have been more a urban design project where the idea of keeping like a food court where we just give the basic infrastructure facility and then people can come park, people can come eat and they kind of go. So a kind of plug and play sort of a space where you provide the basic things to refill because they've come from somewhere, now they need to go somewhere else. And in that, what is the sort of setting, a stage set that you can provide in terms of set of infrastructure, amenities, and the location where it kind of becomes a community. They are on the run most of the time, and now they come here and they feel the neighborhood. So more key criteria to determine these two dimensions rather than the list of facilities and the kind of support system that it would need. So I thought that major part would have been the second and third combined to give a kind of a spatial expression of making it into a mobile community, so to say. So that's my observation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other question from the jury members? No. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Team 17 to start with their presentation.
1 second.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Yep.
Okay. Hello, my name is Joy, and today I'm going to present to you my project, The Met. The Met is a youth empowerment hub located in the heart of Minat al-Basal, Alexandria, Egypt. It was historically known as Egypt's industrial gateway to the world, Minat al-Basal. It is the perfect backdrop for our mission to empower today's youth through a unique blend of design, art, and knowledge by combining a collaborative learning environment with an active marketplace. The Met honors the district commercial legacy while providing the next generation of creators with the tools to innovate and thrive the modern creative economy. Our site is located in Egypt, specifically in Alexandria, Minat al-Basal. We can see here we have many of the landmarks around the site, which are, most of them are educative and for youth. So it's a very site located in Alexandria that is known for its landmarks and youth activities. Despite the glorious past of the Minat al-Basal, today is a landscape of silent giants, red brick cotton warehouses, and pressing factories that have stood largely abandoned since the mid-20th century. These structures, once the heartbeat of Egypt's economy, now represented a significant urban void, contributing physical isolation and socioeconomic gap of the district. So here we can see the abandoned factories and cotton factories that are in Minat al-Basal. The site that we chose to make the adaptive reuse, it's located in the heart of Minat al-Basal, which is the Cotton Bourse building. The Cotton Bourse building is constituted of a grid structure, as we can see in the plan and the elevations. Inside, we can see the arcade and the old structure of the building. The site is condensed by factories that are now abandoned, so it's a socioeconomic gap in the district. So I actually targeted my concept to be like an educative and growing area for youth. So my concept is branching out, which is that ensures that organization facilitates comprehensive personal profession development for youth. I actually targeted some of the design principles which are contrast that we can see the whole building branching out to the urban zone, the chance of encounter and principle for the social purposes, modular and flexible design for the furniture and interior design, the social interface for the social hub, and experiential design for the exhibitions. For the program I used is for actually targeting the enterprises and businesses, how they grow and how they can make their own businesses. For the business, we have three main elements, which are discover, create, and implement, which I actually introduced in my building. For the discover areas, I actually did it on the first level, which are the thinking zones, the workshops, and the studios, multipurpose halls. For the create and build zone, which are the fabrication labs, workshops, and all the technical and fabrication labs. For the prototype and experiential zone are in the middle of the building, which are for exhibiting their experiential phase and showing their work. And finally, the implementation zone, which is on the
I would
ground
request
level.
you to conclude you have a minute.
On the ground level, we have the implementation zones, which are the shops and the exhibition for the visitor. They can actually enter from here and then see all the things that they done for in the building. And here we have the social area for the youth. They can interact in and know each other. Here we have the thinking areas, the workshops, and here we have the creative area, which are the art workshops. Here is the elevation. I followed the grid of the old building, and here we have the new extension that I added, highlighting the circulation in red for the branching out to the urban zone. And we can see it in the sections. I actually focus on three main spaces, which are the social hub. Here we have the interior design of it. It's a mix of play and socializing. Here is the cafe area and the play area. The workshops, I actually focused on the grid and the storages that I can make, like that can focus on the zones here and here.
Thank
And
you so
finally, the
much.
exhibitions.
I'm afraid your time's up. Thank you. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you. No, I think there is a sensibility in what you come up with, but there are a few fundamental things that I wasn't sure through your presentation about. One, that if it's an adaptive reuse or it's a totally kind of reclaimed site. But if it is either the idea of the constraints or the kind of conditions that you hold, and whether you want to bring some memory back through what was existing before, or you want to have a transformed image of something, but what of it is held and what of it is newly kind of brought in. So the balance, and if it's adaptive reuse, one would think that 80% would be the one that is inherited and the rest is what it transforms. What I'm saying that is that while you talk about the grid and the sort of thing that you have inherited and we are trying to replicate it in modulation of your internal spaces, to me, the roof architecture comes across as a kind of a big sort of a canopy put on things. And as a result, the largeness of it, and to that comes there finally whether the experience is going to be even that of an industrial heritage, if not a classical architectural heritage of Egypt. But what way do we sort of thwart that? For example, isolated structure, the sloping roof, some of those industrial kind of elements which were result of its structural system, the spanning, the light, north light, and stuff like that. Do we pick any of that in its essence or a spirit, number one? And second, now that those buildings which were opposite each other and you get an internal street, now what scale of courtyard? I believe that again, Egypt comes from that typical old age civilization with courtyard as an important feature, the patios into the architecture. But in a hot climate, the scale would be important, even though it's a public space. So I was wondering that whether the ethos of the past, in terms of not just the form, element, and material, but about the space scale, about the experience of moving through it, the idea of a zouk and going through the sort of narrow streets and stuff like that. Does any of these have to become part of the memory of the yesterday? And can the design pick on that rather than a little more strong geometric division of space, which leaves a very pristine courtyards in between? So that was kind of
This
paradox. So
Yeah, this area was an industrial site, and now they have informal marketplace around the building. So I actually wanted to do a marketplace for youth inside the building, so they can actually do a business or enterprise in it. As for the structure, I use the grid that is actually existing in the building. It's an adaptive use, so I actually use the grid. As for the canopy I did for the roof, it's all closed, but it's highlighted with skylights for the weather and the climate. So there is courtyards, but there is a skylight above it. And for the actually the facade, it's not fully glassed, but it's a translucent glazed double skin facade, so they can have their privacy and for not like direct sunlight in the building. And we have this bridge that connects all the urban zones in this industrial area. We wanted to transform the district into youth empowerment district, and they can connect yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Do we have any other question from the jury?
No, thank
No.
you.
Thank you so much, sir, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now I would request our last team, Team 18, to please present their work. You're not audible. We can't hear you.
Can you speak a bit? No, not yet.
Oh, hello.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hello everyone.
Hello.
Well, this is the team 18, and the project, it's a cultural center in Rio Cuarto, conceived not only as a building, but as a space where culture is experienced, constructed, and shared collectively. The presentation is structured by 5 parts: concept, spatial strategy, architectural system, and symbolism and conclusion. This project is based on a clear idea: culture as a process of transformation. It is synthesized in 4 moments: fall, remember, rise, and grow. It also incorporates identity, culture, and the institutional role of architecture. The starting point also is the lack of public spaces. The project is located in the urban core of Rio Cuarto, It is conceived as an open and accessible cultural node. The building is organized through three main accesses. They organize the program and reinforce spatial clarity. So the next one. So this idea is translated into an architectural journey. The project proposes an initial descent into spaces of memory, followed by a gradual ascent toward the auditorium. The building is conceived as a continuous sequence of spaces. The central core it's the center of the project. The auditorium it's the central core, and it acts as a core and concentrates the collective experience, like in the inside and above it. It's the integrated system. The project operates as an integrated system. The relationship between solids and voids defines the spatial experience. For a point, the symbolism, reinforced by the materiality, that reinforces the memory and permanence. The architecture expresses collective values. To finish the conclusion, for us, the architecture is understood as a tool to produce culture. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think when we see the whole site with its movement, with its fragments, with its kind of overall, it's fairly complex, and there seems to be many ideas and many experiential conditions, partial construct. But way you explain, you're getting into too many fragments, and we only from that conjure the whole. It would have been nicer if you went from whole to the parts. And you say that for a cultural building, it has to be beyond the building. And that's where I think when you started showing the individual fragments, that beyond part got sort of left out. Also, the core, you said, is an auditorium. Auditorium is always a closed thing and a chamber rather than a kind of a journey and experience. While your project had a lot of promise about architectural, as a walk, as a promenade. And that sort of, I thought that if you could have carried from the broader site sort of engagement to the way you make people move and the flow with which you encounter different spaces. So in a plan and the whole schema, there is a lot of, richness in its spatial variety. But coming down to individual things, it just remains fragments of images. But I think overall a nice work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the jury?
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Group 18, for presenting. Now, as our sessions begins to end, I would like to thank each and every participant and all of the participants who made it till the top 18. And I would thank all our prestigious jury members who were there to give us their insights and judge our participants. I would also like to thank our other jury members who helped us finalize the finalists, Architect Adalia and Dr. Sylvia Covarino, architect M. Arfat Hussain, and Dr. Venushree for the immense effort in selecting our participants. Now I would like to request Dr. Sylvia Covarino to kindly share her experience of DSPA 2025. Dr. Sylvia, do we have you?
While she joins, I'd like to personally thank all the participants for sharing that work. It was a world tour and very great to know what's happening in different parts of architecture schools and what students have been doing, and very great work, very high standard of competition.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Your insights were amazing, and the way you gave comments and everything, it were really, really insightful and something learned. And also, ma'am, would you like to add something?
Yes, definitely. I think this was a really tough contest to judge because everybody, their train of thought is quite different, and even the projects and the scale of the projects, there's a lot of variety here. And I guess it's also a representation of how the direction architectural education has been taken around the world. So another thing that really came to my mind, as I saw the presentations is that I feel quite a few of the participants have done a lot of work, like a lot of hard work. You can see, I can understand, I can imagine the amount of time they would have put in to create these sheets and the level of detailing in it. But I think even in the professional field, this definitely is a skill that people have got to develop. How to express your ideas efficiently in the given time, because I see that there might have been some participants who have a lot to say, but the way they say it, they're not structured, or to organize your thoughts by itself is a big skill to develop, and I believe that goes hand in hand with your design skill as well. So it's been great, good to see how well the students have, how hard they've worked and the real quality in their output. And yes, best wishes to all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would again like to invite Dr. Sylvia Covarino to please share her insights.
Hello to everyone. Sorry, I couldn't attend the full presentation. It was early morning for my time here from Egypt. It's been my great pleasure to work and to check all the production of the student. Especially, I like the different topics, different context, and the different scale. I remember when I called Tanya and I say how we can compare with very different from the product design, let's say miniature until the very large landscape. I think so is a great opportunity for all of you to prove yourself, to participate, not only to win, but to participate and to be part of this presentation today, to be highlight, to be vote online, and to have a look how other schools are working, how from other country, you have to open your mind not only around your circle, but to see how is different approach, because and I'm sure this presentation today, the part I attend from the second session today, when the student present is another story. But of course, we couldn't have the luxury to attend 150, 200 or whatever, but also the way you present your work in a jury like this online doesn't matter. It's a great learning, because sometimes you are working very well, but you are not communicate. Of course, the project is the project, there is no discussion. Well, a very interesting process. I hope now you will be prepared for the last selection. Like any competition, you must be prepared to be excluded or not. But anyway, what is very important, your spirit, and please never stop learning. Thank you so much for all the coordination and the organization, and hi to all my colleagues and jury members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Exactly, this was something we got to know how the other design perspectives and how other countries work and how they have their context and problems in their countries. So this was a very insightful session. Thank you so much, everyone. Before we leave, I would request everyone to please turn on their cameras, all the participants and all the jury members, so that we could have a photo. I would request everyone. I would request all the participants as well to please turn on their cameras.
Is Joy around? Is Maria around? Can we see your, yeah, that's it. Pratham, Duke.
Yeah. I think rest are the members of the back team. So I would once again request all the participants to turn on if they can. I think we're done. Yeah, we have another participant. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think the photo is done. Yeah. 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 We have another participant. Yeah. You. I would request the team members. The back. The photo.
Gonzalez, can you put the screen on? Yep. Maria, Duke.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There from the back team. Yeah, thank you so much. Our photo has been done. I would thank everyone once again for their presence and their amazing presentations, and our jury members, all of them for their great insights, and ma'am, you as well. For this was an experience for everybody. We got to know how everything is done in your side and how are all the problems solved. Thank you so much, everyone, once again. And we would wish you all the very best for your future. And we hope you have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thanks. But before we leave, could you tell us a little bit about the conduct in terms of grading now?
Yeah, our back team will contact you soon for the grading, the final grading.
So it's not to be done this moment, right?
Yes, not this moment.
All right. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank
Ciao.
you so much. Bye. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Have a good day.